Good time zone, everyone. I've had a little bit of a chaotic day, and I don't know how much of it is audible on the mics, but there is a storm outside. So let's hope the internet doesn't go out. Where am I hearing myself from? Okay, I think that muted it. Let's get into the game. Why is it not picking up? Come on. There we go. So, if it's gonna connect at least. We're gonna go to the Storm Coast today, finally. But before we do, I want to do some crafting and I want to do the rounds. I am trying to think of how much crafting I should do, because sometimes I feel like I overdo it slightly, but I don't know. I do know if you properly spend the time to do crafting, you end up with much better gear than just relying on random drops. When it's storming like this outside, I'm so glad I have an indoor-only cat. I guess it is fitting that we're going to the Storm Coast during an actual storm. Okay, let's have a look at the horses. We can change which horse we have mounted, so we have the Fodder and the Tessalin Strider.
That'll do fine.
I think that's meant to show which one we have.
Inquisition?
Yeah, that's the Dragolisk. And we should also have a Heart and a Frostback Elk.
Inquisition?
I don't actually know if we can get a Hala as well.
Inquisition?
So, I want to look at my own gears first. Let's give this one to Blackwall. We can put these Vitars away. Medium armor, I don't think. Oh, it is like available at level 9. We can hold on to it for now. And accessories we have range defense and grenades. I'm gonna give the grenades to Varric. So no, I'm gonna give him range defense. I think urgency might be good for Iron Bow, if I remember his abilities right. I'm gonna look at my own stuff first. Weapon right, we have a 47 DPS fire staff. Okay, we're not really likely to get much else. I do kind of like the look of the Keeper staff. Oh, if I get my Bloodstone, That might be worth it. Okay. Heal on kill, barrier attack. Heal on kill does seem useful. Let's do heal on kill. And gonna need a grip and a blade. So let's do the curved staff, grip, and I mean I guess ring velvet is just statistically the best option. Oh, I guess. Hang on. Rugged is cloth and metal. That might be better suited. I don't know. I will go for curved. Ring velvet with. Let's do ram ladder. And a staff blade. Cloth and metal and cloth. Okay, we want to do cloth as the main material because we're gonna get heal on kill. And armor penetration might be good.
Good.
We'll modify this. Healing staff. And then we equip it. And for armor, what's our current armor rating? 63 armor rating. We can do better. Okay, adventure armor is a kind of similar coat. I think I'm gonna go for apprentice. It's a little bit more unique. I usually go for the coat, I believe, but oh, this is pure cloth. Okay, this is cloth and leather, and oh, this one might be. Oh, that's human trained only. Okay. Unfortunately, I don't have enough ring velvet to make it all out of ring velvet, but I'll go for samite because I like the blue arms. A heal bonus might be good. And also gonna want to put arms and legs on that. So all we really have is cold resistance, and they don't look different at all. So we'll go for fennec fur. And I think I want some magic defense. And maximum health might be good. And let's do another heal bonus. slap those on. And then equip it. Okay. I also want to bring... Let's do Black Hole first. He has 92 defender mail.
Serve you well.
I don't think we'll actually have enough for all of this. We'll go for Vanguard. Yeah, I really want the range defense on it. Ideally, we'd use Nugskin. But I'll go for Ram Ladder. I also want to give him... No, because I don't have the matching version.
Well.
I'll take this. And I guess I can look if we have a better weapon than 78. Oh, we don't actually have a lot of options. We have a mace and a hatchet, which I don't really care about. And shield. Nah.
You need something?
Okay, let's check Cassandra. Has quite a good sword already. Her armor is 92 vigorous defender mail. We can do better. We'll give her Vanguard. I think she'll get Drake Zone. Panic Fur and... Let's do Silk. Is a Templar helmet might fit her best. Let's do Iron. And Drake Zone. Should maybe also make one for Black Hole, so we'll do the same. We'll use Onyx for him. And Onyx and Onyx. Sandra gets the Vigorous Helmet. And Blackwall gets Stunning. And do I want to look for Ferric? I don't think we'll have better medium armor than 93. Oh, he doesn't even want to show up for it. Okay, because we don't... Oh, that's human trained only as well. Yeah, we can't even see because we don't have the resources.
Let me know.
We'll sell all. Okay. I want to check what helmets did I have for Mafara. She has a scribe cowl of rating 7. And I can make a better one at least. Blade Weave looks surprisingly good for the fact that it's Blade Weave. It does clash a little bit. It's soon damsel. And I prefer the magic bonus. Okay. What did I make this one for? Right. Okay.
Fine.
That's it for now. Oh wait, that was right there. Now we can do the rounds and then check up on the Storm Coast. Is it a good game? It's a very good game. I love it.
I've been meaning to thank you. There are 100 things that need your attention. You didn't have to take the time to help me, and yet you did.
If the history you pursue benefits the Wardens, then it was worth it.
You've proven yourself to be an honorable woman. Principled. I've great admiration for you, and I've never been more certain in my decision to join you.
Leliana makes sure my sordid secrets never come to light.
Well then, I won't pry. I prefer to go on believing only good things about you.
I want to hear more about you.
Compared to yours, my life will seem dull indeed.
Your name, Blackwall, doesn't sound Orlesian. Marcher then. Ferelden.
I was from the Free Marchers originally. Markham. That was a long time ago. Another life.
I hear that many Wardens were once criminals.
You're right. And when you join, your past is forgotten, so let's leave it that way.
That's not suspicious at all.
What did you do before you became a Warden?
I was a soldier, a nobody trained to wield a sword and follow orders. I grew weary of fighting other men's wars.
So you became a Warden?
More or less. Becoming a Grey Warden was the first time I felt like I mattered. The life I led before seems hollow in comparison. Perhaps one day it will fade away.
Why did you join the Wardens?
Because they remember honor and sacrifice. Words that have little meaning to the rest of us. Because they lay down their lives for those they have sworn to protect. We all need to believe there are such men in the world. I needed to believe I could be one of them.
We can continue this discussion at another time.
Very well.
There we go. Next up, Cassandra.
Yes?
I have some more questions.
Why am I not surprised?
Tell me about your brother.
I would prefer not to speak of Anthony. Another time, perhaps.
I'll let you get back to work.
Oh, at least that's quick.
to know you better. We are working together after all.
What would you like to know?
All right. Where are you from?
I don't know why I'm getting this codex page, but my esteemed Lady Sidonia, I'd like to take full responsibility for Lady Marcinette's odd behavior of late. You see, we recently began the study of history. I thought it would do the young mistress some good to be exposed to other Erusian cultures and not just her name. It was a foolish thought. Regrettably, your dear daughter has taken a particular interest in Ferelden folklore. She first developed an affinity for King Canaan, which seems to have developed into borderline infatuation. She stared at me, eyes wide, when I told her how he unified the barbarians with his allegedly incomparable might and charisma. Every time I tried to move the lesson onto something more important, she insisted I tell her again about Canaan hair, how the Ferelden say his hair was twice as yellow as the sun, and his chin more chiseled than the tallest peak in the frostback. Twice now I've had to tear down drawings she tacked up in her bedroom of the man shirtless. Then we moved on to werewolves, which was even worse, as you may already know. The Veroudens venerated the folk hero Dane and Hafter. Dane was said to have been a werewolf, and Hafter to have descended from one. No enlightened man or woman could ever view such beast people with anything but revulsion, but you know Veroudens and their love of wildlife. Unfortunately, these tales of the wolfmen see the little minstrel's imagination afire. Once he suggested we put a play for you and her lord father. I could not say no. I'm afraid that's why Marcinelle was running through the mansion wearing wet furs and frightening the chambermaids. She was rehearsing a scene in which Hafter drives back to Darkspawn. I've been informed that some priceless family heirlooms were destroyed amidst all the confusion, and I cannot fully express my dismay. I understand that my abject failure as a tutor results in my immediate dismissal. A letter from Brother Bernard to his former employer.
I grew up in Ferelden near Holland. I was transferred to Kirkwall shortly after the Blight. This is the first I've returned in almost 10 years.
Varric's from Kirkwall. Did you two know each other?
I knew he was friends with the champion of Kirkwall, but little else. We've spoken more since I joined the Inquisition, largely at Varric's insistence. Apparently, I spend too much time with a serious expression on my face, and it's bad for my health.
You haven't seen Ferelden in 10 years. Are you glad to be back?
I was not sorry to leave at the time. I did not expect to return. Now, between the Divine's murder and the breach, I've arrived to find nothing but chaos.
You were in Ferelden during the Blight. Did you fight Darkspawn?
No. I was stationed at Ferelden's Circle Tower. The Circle had troubles of its own. I remained there during the Blight.
What happened at the Circle Tower?
Few who survived the Blight have fond memories of that time. I would prefer not to speak of it.
What was Kirkwall like?
While I was there, Canary occupied and then attacked the city. The Viscount's murder caused political unrest. Relations between mages and Templars fell apart. An apostate blew up the Chantry, and the Knight Commander went mad. Other than that, it was fine.
What happened between Kirkwall's mages and Templars?
You were at the Conclave. You must have heard people speak of it.
Yes, but you were there.
There was tension between mages and Templars long before I arrived. Eventually, it reached a breaking point. There was fighting in the streets. Abominations began killing both sides. It was a nightmare.
What happened then?
The Templars should have restored order, but Red Lyrium had driven Knight Commander Meredith mad. She threatened to kill Kirkwall's champion, turned on her own men. I'm not sure how far she would have gone. Too far.
So you opposed her?
I stood with the champion against her, in the end. I should have seen through Meredith sooner.
I'll let you return to your work.
Should you require anything, I'll be here.
I just now remembered I have a bunch of codex pages I haven't read earlier. So let's go through those now. Magister Garion Alexius. Lords and ladies of the Magisterium, before we vote on the budget for this latest measure against the Kunari, I would ask that we take a moment to consider the state of our institutions of higher learning. The circle of Minref House is more than 10,000 years old. Darinius the Dreamer himself was born within these walls. It continues to be a source of wisdom and guidance for the best and brightest of the Imperium's youth. Yet it falls into disrepair. Mr. Aurelius has made her case several times for increased funding to the circles, and as yet her appeals have gone unanswered. Magister Viren has spoken at length on the threat of the Oxmen in the north, a type of brutality that we alone hold back. Let me add this. How shall we defeat the Kunari? How have we held back their advance all these long years, without support from the other nations of Talos? You know the answer. Magic. It is our magic that holds the beasts at bay, and through the ingenuity of our magic, we will drive them from our shores forever. My friends and colleagues, this is the battle we prepare our apprentices, sons and daughters to face. They need the resources to discover new magic, new techniques that can lead us an advantage in this endless war. They cannot do this while roofs crumble over their heads. Repair the circles, let the Imperium's future be more than slow decline to the marching steps of a legion. An address by Magister Alexius to the Magisterium, taken from the official minutes in the year 939 Dragon. Crystal Grace. The flowers of the Crystal Grace plant are appreciated for their beauty, as well as their medicinal value. Pale blue and shaped like delicate crystal bells, the flowers should almost twinkle in the breeze. In fact, I've heard a tale of an Elysian lady who ordered Crystal Grace to be planted all over her bower, and then hired a mage from the White Spire to enchant them to do just that. Eventually she grew tired of the chiming and set fire to her lawn in a fit of pique. Let us learn from these. These plants were created exactly as their maker intended, and our interference rarely improves them. An excerpt from the Botanical Companion by Ines Arancia, botanist. Deep mushroom refers to the entire group of fungi that grows in the ground in caves and many parts of the dwarven deep roads. Collection can be a dangerous task, because the deep roads are often infested with darkspawn. Because of this, dwarven merchants often recruit costless hirelings for the job, and pay them a meager percentage of what they earn selling the mushroom to servicers. The most common varieties used in the herbalist trade are the blightcap, goose mushroom, and brimstone mushroom, almost all of which tend to carry the darkspawn's corruption. While they cannot transmit the disease, this trait often makes them quite poisonous. Deep mushroom should only be handled by experienced herbalists and should never be consumed without first being adequately cleaned and prepared. Careless consumption has been known to cause insanity, severe abdominal cramping, and even death. An excerpt from the Botanical Companion by Ines Arancia, botanist. I think this one I skipped over earlier. Embryums are flowers from the orchid family. Its therapeutic quality were actually considered because of the embryum's exceptional beauty. The beloved daughter of Lord Ignace Ponenk of Orley fell victim to a terrible sickness at her lungs, which her healers were unable to cure. Thinking the girl would soon perish, her parents surrounded her bed with brightly colored flowers, hoping that they would bring some warmth and cheer in her last days. Oddly enough, the girl began to recover from the illness and grew stronger each day. Her parents were baffled but overjoyed. The healers eventually learned that the fragrance of one of the flowers eased the child's breathing. The flower was an embryum, and it became known as the salubrious embryum. The other variant that has certain magical properties is known as dark embryum. An excerpt from the Botanical Companion by Ines Arancia, botanist. Black wolves. The scouts report activity uncharacteristic of a lupine behavior. The breach and resulting rifts have caused unprecedented disruption in the Vale. Such alterations to the environments may account for the unnatural aggression. If this is indeed the case, I cannot yet say how widespread the impact. How many wolves does environmental imbalance influence? What threat do they pose to resistant members of the pack, to the local population? This warrants further investigation. Report submitted to Sika Pentagas by Renave, Major Apprentice and Inquisition researcher. Bruisers. A warrior wielding a great blade strikes terror into common soldiers, but to a chevalier he is no greater danger than any other opponent. A skilled warrior is struck down by maul or battle axe in one of three cases. In the first, he is taken unawares in the heat of battle. In the second, he cannot evade the blow because of the nature of the battlefield or his own injuries. And in the third and most common case, he is struck down because he reacts poorly. We do not train enough against two-handed weapons because we disdain them ourselves. I think this is a mistake, and in time to come, I hope it's corrected. I have seen too many skilled warriors die because I see a great maul coming down at them and raise a shield to block instead of deflect. I've seen men lose their composure to their fear or anger and engage such a warrior directly, thinking they can risk a blow to their body as they would from a light sword or a dagger. In the heat of battle, even a trained mind would think such things. Those who cannot overcome such thoughts die. You must watch the weapon, but only to gauge its length. Otherwise, as in all fights, the opponent hits and shoulder without his intent. The great weapons are dangerous only when moving or poised overhead to strike down. You must give ground, but only against a true threat. If he advances but is not truly prepared to strike, you must rush in, cut him, and withdraw to your guard before his blow is ready. It may take 10 cuts to kill him. Even after the 9th, he may cleave your head from your body if you do not respect the distance he can cover. If using such a weapon yourself, mark your distance, and do not allow yourself to react to an opponent outside your reach. You cannot recover your guard as quickly as you can with a sword and shield. Keep your weapon moving and measure your blows. A started step on your strike can fool many opponents into thinking you're out of reach, and then rushing their defense. In this manner, you may kill most who stand against you, fighting in such a manner. You may feel more like a butcher than a hero, but the living may console themselves, where the dead cannot. An excerpt from a meditation on the use of blades by Swordman and Massage Jean-Mi, required reading at the Académie des Chevaliers. Who's next? Oh, bears. We went into the woods near Valforêt to find a great brown bear that had the townsfolk worried. We found it some miles from the west gate. She had made a den in a cave on a hillside close to a stream. We stopped some yard away and watched. Aldwin caused a spell to make his nest not need to be discovered. Useful magic. After several hours, the bear emerged from her den. Beautiful red-brown sheen to her coat. Phenomenal beastie. Following close behind were 3 cubs, balls of fluffy brown fur with eyes set in them. Amazing little creatures. I would have liked to watch the little family playing in the stream all day, but the wind changed and the mad bear caught our scent. Even without wind working his magic, she leapt in our direction, stopped when she couldn't see anything, then rose up on her hind legs and roared. What a sight that was! I estimate she was half again as tall as I. Quick as anything, she charged toward us, snapping branches as she went. I dove out of the way, but Aldwin, bless his heart, was too slow. A massive claw caught him right in the chest, and he went down. Poor Aldwin. Nature is ruthless, but magnificent. From The World's Tales, Volume 2 by Stefan Deroy. The group, the Venatori. I know what you have been telling the others. You mouth the earth coat and repeat lies the Chantry has been spewing at us for 1,000 years. Look around you, my friend. See what mighty the winter is today. A once proud nation brought low, barely able to hold itself against the Oxmen. We neutered our major with the behest of a foreign religion, exalted the false maker, and became the laughing stock of our tailors. Now we have the chance to reclaim what is rightly ours, but only if we act. We cannot wait to see which way the wind is blowing. We must make it blow. The Venatori are hunters, recruited in secret over several years. We will descend with deadly purpose, to spill the blood of the south and make it ripe for conquest. When we return to our homeland, it will be as victors, with a new god as our patron. Then the cowards who refuse to aid us will know their mistake in full. Reported as evidence to the Virantium Circle of Magi in the year 940 of the Dragon Age. We have here. Okay. Let's continue doing the rounds. Hello, Varric.
I read your Tale of the Champion, and I have a few questions.
That's a pretty common reaction. Go ahead.
Let's see how we go for first.
In the book, you say that first Enchanter Orsino turned himself into a giant monster made of corpses. How? Why?
Do I look like an expert on magical weirdness to you? Well, I can't tell you how, or The why, all I can say is he was desperate.
There's no way Hawk really could have killed the Arishok. It would have started a war with the Kunari.
I was told later that the Kunari disavowed his actions. Apparently, the Arishok didn't get permission before he attacked Kirkwall, and the Qun didn't want another exalted march. When they finally sent a ship to haul the Red Dreadnought away, they just said, "We will never speak of this again." As far as I can tell, that's the Qun's version of an apology.
Where are the rest of Hawk's associates now?
Meryl decided to look after the elves left homeless by the fighting. She's done a pretty good job of keeping them away from the mages and Templars, so far. I guess she has plenty of practice avoiding stupid human battles with her old Dalish clan. Fenris has kept himself busy, hunting down the Tevinter slavers who came south to prey on the refugees. I'm not sure exactly where he is at the moment. You can usually follow the trail of corpses, though. Isabella went back to the raiders. She's calling herself an admiral now. I don't know if she's actually in charge or just has a really big hat. Might be the same thing, honestly. Sebastian went back to Starkhaven. I'm sure he's boring all sorts of people there. Last I knew, Hawk's sister Bethany was doing something wardeny near the Anderfell's border. Aveline is still guard captain. I'm pretty sure Kirkwall would fall into the sea if she quit her job.
Okay. And he doesn't mention Anders because Anders is dead in this boat say. I'm a little bit surprised Sebastian went back to the Starkhaven, but I might have forgotten to mark that. I think he's supposed to be staying in the Chantry, but whoops.
Chasing mages, that's a Templar's job. A big, armoured, pissed-off helm polisher. Not too late to go find some. Or stay home.
Tell me about yourself.
Oh yeah? Interested, are you?
You're skilled. Who taught you how to use a bow?
No one.
That seems unlikely.
What? I picked it up here and there. Mostly it just makes sense. It's not like that for you.
Oh, certainly. Not a day's effort for the naturally gifted like us.
Well, it's not like that. It takes work. A bit. Not like Cullen and his pets. I mean, you miss, then you don't. Is it that hard to see when it's wrong?
Well, it's not like that for other elves, I know that.
Most I know couldn't find an arrow sitting on it. Right. Maybe I just make it look easy in shite company. Fact still is, no teacher. Where would I find one in alleyways anyway?
How about the basics? Where are you from?
Ferelden?
I got that from the accent. Where in Ferelden?
Further? Okay, fine. Denerim for a bit. South, north, wherever I want.
Oh, you're from wherever. I'm from north wherever.
What?
North wherever. Oh, we had fun on street and or in local tavern.
Oh, hardy ha. Oh, funny you. It's complicated. I don't like complicated. Let's leave it at that. Maybe.
If we ask this one, we get disapproval from her, so we're skipping that one.
We'll talk later.
If you say so.
Okay. For some reason, we're supposed to be able to ask her about, like, the locked doors.
I understand.
Her gracious lady bit.
I'll be back if I need you.
Go on.
Okay, I don't know how to get that working then. I think if she causes that though, doesn't that mean we are in a higher... No, that's still neutral. Okay. Oh, okay. She also uses neutral greetings, even if she's warm.
Oh. I see. Something on?
Just
I'll
want
be
to
back
quickly
when you-
test.
Your wish is something, something.
Okay, I think she's neutral. We're gonna struggle for approval this playthrough, I think. We'll do our best.
Greetings.
Okay,
We'll
you
talk
have nothing
later.
new, that's good.
So the Carter sells lyrium to both mages and templars?
Yes? They called you the left hand of the divine.
That they did? What of it?
What is the point of an Inquisition?
Justinia would have started the Inquisition if the Divine Conclave failed to restore peace. She hoped that with enough support, we could challenge the very tenets of the Chantry. She wanted the Chantry to treat the mages fairly. But sometimes I wonder, why stop at mages? The Chantry has committed many injustices. If we're going to change it, why not change the whole thing? It's just a thought. None of
She's
this is
certainly
possible if we fail.
enthusiastic.
I'm sorry she didn't live to see the Inquisition.
So am I.
I could use the left hand of the divine at my side out there.
Every agent out in the world is my eyes, my ears, my blade. Wherever my people are, I am also. Coming with you, leaving my post, would blind and bound me. Do you see?
What exactly does the left hand of the divine do?
A divine always has enemies, and Justinia had more than most. I protected her. I watched, had an ear to every door. I identified threats, and I dealt with them.
Why did Justinia have so many enemies?
There were many who felt she was unfit to be divine. She had a past, a worldly life. Unlike many, she wasn't given to the Chantry as a child. She chose it, and somehow that made her unworthy. And because they thought she was unworthy, they wished her harm.
So you were her spy master too?
I handled difficult situations that couldn't be resolved through more delicate means.
We'll talk more later.
Okay. Let's check the requisitions. We need
Cedric
Velveteen.
said the blankets weren't worth selling. He's giving them to the Inquisition for free.
How kind of him.
That, and he said people who freeze to death don't spend much coin.
Well, he's not wrong.
Let's check on Vivienne.
Yes?
Let's do herself first.
I'd like to know more about you, Madame Vivienne.
Whatever would you like to know?
Your accent's not Orlesian. Where exactly are you from?
I am from the Circle, my dear. One's country of origin rarely matters there. But if you must know, I was born in Wycombe in the Free Marches. I was sent to the Ostwick Circle, but I transferred to Monsignor while still an apprentice.
I'm curious how a Circle mage winds up a courtier.
Nobody winds up at court, my dear. It takes a great deal of effort to arrive there. I caught the eye of Duke Bastien de Ghislaine, an advantageous connection that opened many doors. When the position of Enchanter to the Imperial Court became vacant, I was able to secure it.
You're married to the Duke de Ghislaine.
Of course not, my dear. Don't be ridiculous. Marriage is the business of alliance and inheritance. I'm Bastien's mistress.
And what does the Duchess de Ghislaine think of this arrangement?
We got along quite well. Duchess Nicoline and I used to host musical salons together. She was a great patron of the arts. She passed away from a fever a few years ago, the poor dear.
What duties does a court enchanter have?
I am tasked with providing assistance to the Empress on arcane matters. Most of my predecessors restricted this to lighting lamps and doing parlor tricks. In such troubled times as these, however, I provide political advice to Her Majesty on the subject of the Mage Rebellion.
Alright. I'm not gonna flirt because you can't romance her. She is committed to Bastian. The Fade. The study of the Fade is as old as humankind. For so long as men have dreamed, we have walked its twisting paths, sometimes catching a glimpse of the city at its heart. Always as close as our own thoughts, but impossibly separated from our world. The Winter Imperium once spent vast fortunes of gold, lyrium, and human slaves in an effort to map the terrain of the Fade, an ultimately futile endeavor. Although portions of it belong to powerful spirits, all of the Fade is in constant flux. The Imperium succeeded in finding the disparate and ever-shifting realms of a dozen demon lords, as well as cataloging a few hundred types of spirits, before it was forced to abandon the project. The relationship of dreamers to the Fade is complex. Even when entering the Fade through the use of lyrium, mortals not able to control or affect it. The spirits who dwell there, however, can. And as the Chantry teaches us, the great flaw of the spirit is that they have neither imagination nor ambition. They create what they see through their sleeping visitors, building elaborate copies of our cities, people, and events, much like the reflections in a mirror. Ultimately, lack context or life of their own. Even the most powerful demons merely plagiarize the words, thoughts, and fears of mortals, and then build their realms with no other ambition than to taste and life. From Tranquility and the World of the Fade in Human Culture by First Enchanter Josephus. Some more Noxkin, how nice.
For she who trusts in the Maker, fire.
I want to double check if I go down here. Can I get Sarah to open these now? Maybe I need high enough approval for it. That would suck though.
Have you seen Enchanter Vivienne? That's the picture that a certain maid should see.
She looks like a nerd.
It is not arrogant to be unafraid.
Sarah, can you open the locks for me? No.
I'll be back if I need you.
Go on.
Okay. We'll check in with Josephine and then we'll go and summon the War Council.
Heaven has been filled with silence. I
I
knew
have
that.
heard rumors of a way to reverse the rite of tranquility. With them as well. Would you wish to have your self restored? I do not believe that would be wise. The number of demons present might leave me vulnerable to possession. I might also experience feelings of discomfort over events that occurred while I was in
Come
this
to me,
state.
child,
I can
and
survive in
shall
this fashion.
embrace you.
If I were
In
made
my
whole
arms
again, I
lies
might not.
eternity.
It is a terrible bargain we ask you to make.
Interesting.
What may I do for you?
What do the people make of us?
Despite our fame, we're low on steadfast allies. We must aim for more.
Okay.
Let's speak.
And
Let's go recruit the Iron Bow. Ferelden has not seen significant Grey Warden activity since Darkspawn attacked the city of Mamarant
Has
10
Cassandra
years ago.
spoken to you about about my new recruits?
It's not unusual
Yeah,
for the
not
Order
really,
to fade from
Commander.
public
They're
notice when
ours.
there's no blight. However, recent reports claim that the group was traveling along the northern coastline. War didn't send to follow their own agenda, but the breach has no doubt caught their attention. If they know something, then the Inquisition should find out. Assistant Liliana, Lieutenant Harding led a small complement of soldiers to the Storm Coast region to investigate reports of Grey Warden activity. She sent word that their party had established a camp near the shore, but we have received nothing further. At this time, the status of Harding and Mermichin remains unknown. We'll go now. I actually need to bring Sarah when I first enter, so that I can flirt with Harding and gain Sarah approval. It's very important. There we go. It's a new area, so it's going to take a bit. Unfortunately. Come on. There we go.
Your worship, for what it's worth, welcome to the Storm Coast. I would have sent word sooner, but our efforts have been delayed.
How so?
There's a group of bandits operating in the area. They know the terrain, and our small party has had trouble going up against them. Some of our soldiers went to speak with their leader. Haven't heard back, though.
Of course you haven't.
The soldiers didn't have an exact location for the bandits, but they were starting their search farther down the beach. With all this fuss, we haven't been able to conduct a proper search for the wardens either. Well, good luck, and enjoy the sea air. I hear it's good for the soul.
Ah, we didn't get a chance to flirt anyway. Okay. Gonna swap Sarah out for Cassandra. And this is the party we'll explore with. We're going to see what costs on stamina, generates more guard, cannot move while blocking. I'll go for group benefits. Where's the requisition officer?
Dispatch for me.
What is it?
Could prove useful, sir.
Do you see the dragon in the background? Yeah, this is a fun area. We need Spider Wicker. Okay. We'll make this our active target first. Oh, we have... Forgot about the shards.
How'd we do?
5 or 6 wounded, Chief. No dead.
That's what I like to hear. Let the throat cutters finish up, then break out the casks. So, you're with the Inquisition, huh? Glad you can make it. Come on, have a seat. Drinks are coming.
Nicely done. I hear you're looking for work.
I am. Not before my drink, though. I assume you remember Cremisius Aclassi, my lieutenant.
Good to see you again. Throat cutters are done, Chief.
Already? Have them check again. I don't want any of those Tevinter bastards getting away. No offense, Krem.
None taken. At least a bastard knows who his mother was. Puts him one up on you Canary, right?
So, you've seen us fight. We're expensive, but we're worth it. And I'm sure the Inquisition can afford us.
How much is this going to cost me exactly?
Wouldn't cost you anything personally. Unless you want to buy drinks later. Your ambassador, what's her name? Josephine. We'd go through her and get the payments set up. Gold will take care of itself. Don't worry about that. All that matters is we're worth it.
Let's see. Let's play a little bit hard again.
The Inquisition needs magical power to close the breach. It doesn't need mercenaries.
Hey, everyone needs mercenaries. But if I need to sweeten the deal, you need a frontline bodyguard. I'm your man. Whatever it is. Demons, dragons, the bigger the better. And there's one other thing. Might be useful. Might piss you off. Ever hear of the Ben Hasra?
No.
I've never heard of it.
It's a Canary order. They handle information, loyalty, security, all of it. Spies, basically. Or, well, we're spies. The Ben Hasrath are concerned about the breach. Magic out of control like that could cause trouble everywhere. I've been ordered to join the Inquisition, get close to the people in charge, and send reports on what's happening. But I also get reports from Ben Hasrath agents all over Orlais. You sign me on, I'll share them with your people.
You're a Kunari spy and you just told me.
Whatever happened at that conclave thing, it's bad. Someone needs to get that breach closed. So whatever I am, I'm on your side.
You still could have hidden what you are.
From something called the Inquisition. I'd have been tipped sooner or later. Better you hear it right up front from me.
He has a point. It's still shady.
What would you send home in these reports of yours?
Enough to keep my superiors happy. Nothing that'll compromise your operations. The Canary want to know if they need to launch an invasion to stop the whole damn world from falling apart. You let me send word of what you're doing, it'll put some minds at ease. That's good for everyone.
What's in these Ben Hasrath reports you're offering to share?
Enemy movements, suspicious activity, intriguing gossip. It's a bit of everything. Alone they're not much, but if your spy master is worth a damn, she'll put him to good use.
She?
I did a little research. Plus, I've always had a weakness for redheads.
You run your reports past Liliana before sending them. You send nothing she doesn't approve. If this turns out to be a trick, or if your reports compromise the Inquisition, Cassandra will eat you alive.
Wouldn't have it any other way. Krem, tell the men to finish drinking on the road. The Chargers just got hired.
What about the casks, Chief? We just opened them up with axes.
Find some way to seal them. You're Tevinter, right? Try blood magic. We'll meet you back at Haven.
Good. We'll keep our plans, party. And let's go for the shards first. There's also a rift nearby. Oh yeah, and I got a level up. I kinda like the idea of shooting enemies up into the sky. Oh wait, 200% weapon damage per second, that's a lot. You can trick bosses into standing on that mine. That would be major. We also need to look for Grey Warden stuff and the bandits. Come on, let's get up here. Now we need this path. Beware of falling rocks. Good to know.
Those must be the bandits Harding mentioned.
Pick this up. This looks like loot. Move the valuables. Move. Do the same with this. Let's get ready. And do... I think this is the one. That was easy enough.
These must be the missing soldiers.
Murdered. Shit.
I will see that their families are notified when we return.
It looks like the bandits are camped further along the beach.
These notes were found near murdered Inquisition soldiers. The paper is not crumpled or torn, as though it were left behind as Seller dropped. So their place disagreed or attempting to set themselves up along the shore, we have orders. We are the sword, not the hand that wields it. You taught me that. If the worthy let them come with the Mercy's crest, the blades of Asarian will listen, you will only get yourself cast out, or worse.
Our men were murdered by a group called the Blades of Hessarian. It seems there's a way to challenge their leader.
Hessarian's blade is supposed to represent mercy, not random slaughter.
They have traditions. These men were just following a code. If the Inquisition can win their loyalty, we could steer them on a better path.
Okay. What do we need? Deep soccer hide. If we can find some caves, we can go for that. I think I also see an aquarium, so let's check that out. I'm surprised this isn't a landmark. Okay, any... This has 3 connecting points. This has 3, 2, 4. Yes, okay. Do this first. And then this should make the full body. There we go. Constellation Silvani, referred to as the Chained Man in common parlance. Constellation Silvani is traditionally represented by a man dragging a heavy chain behind him. This is thought to be an ancient Tevinter representation both of Andoran, the old god of slaves, and of the Tevinter system of slavery itself. The representation of Silvani has been used by the Trisalas Guild for well over 2,000 years according to their claim, and is visibly imprinted upon the armor of both Juggernauts, the giant golems guarding the gates of the city of Minrafis. From a study of the Edotian astronomy by Sister Oren and Petrarchus. Okay, so there is one, seems to be near where that shard is pointing. Okay. Could have gone smoother, could have gone worse. Black Lotus, oh yes. And I think this is a cave. I need dark stalkers, so or deep stalkers, so
I cannot
no,
play
let's go up here
fighting
first.
style, and I have studied the martial arts for years.
It's from everywhere. I traveled a lot in my youth.
That doesn't sound like a shady deflection at all. Are they just respawning right on top of us? This is ridiculous. think they are. Okay, that's the Astrarium, and that's an Ocularum. Let's do the Astrarium first. And this is a little bit harder to count. This is, I think this is 6. One, two, three, 4. Yeah, that's 8 connections. This one has 3. This one has 4. Okay, so we need to start. Let's do it like this. Let's do the outside first. Furfaniel, commonly referred to as the Ulk. The constellation Furfanis is generally represented by a towering tree with leafless branches. Many scholars believe this is a representation of nature that harkens back to the lore of the early Nerominians, whose belief largely aligned with animism, prior to the rise of the old god worship and the creation of the Vinter Imperium. Others, however, believe Furfanis as originally a constellation of the Elven people, specifically a depiction of Andril, goddess of the hunt, reared on a tal, or way of 3 trees, as a central tenet of Andril. Some think that Furfanis originally represented this concept. If that codex and like a lot of lore kind of implies Master Violin for the shit, because if I remember right, he said his father came up with like the ways of the hunter. So he lied. Doesn't he know that's illegal? Okay. The large statue situated at Morgan's Outlook once served as a marker for ships coming to trade with the dwarves. Beyond an assumed connection with the great board at Dwayman's mouth, nothing is known of the statue's namesake. Interesting. I guess they mean that big statue. Hard in Hightown, Chapter 2 by Varric Tetris. Magistrate Dunwell's butler had the air of a man who had never risen before dawn in his life. He stared down his nose at Dunnan Branovic and his partner Javelin, as if he were on some lofty balcony above them, instead of standing in the parlor in his dressing gown. The magistrate is indisposed. This can wait until a reasonable hour. He gestured for the guards to see themselves out. The magistrate is dead, Dunnan corrected him. Wake the household. As the butler left, Javelin shifted uneasily in his new armor. Shouldn't the captain be here? If you want to go back to the barracks, be my guest, Dunnan said with a shrug, only half listening as he studied the collection displayed in the room. A dozen ancient swords lay nested in display cases, protected from dust and prying fingers. He moved to lift the lid of the nearest one. Javelin started to protest, then the doors opened. She had eyes the color of topaz and dark hair that fell across her brow like sword strokes. She strode into the parlor with such dignified elegance that Donnan didn't realize for several minutes that she was clad in a housecoat and not a ball gown. Do you have news about my husband? What shame is done this time? Forgot to pay his bill at the Rose. She seated herself and indicated the guards to do the same. Donnan nodded at the recruit to speak up. Javelin started. No, Lady Denmark. Actually, she interrupted him with a wave. Marielle, please. Lady Marielle, your husband has been murdered. Donnan took over for the flustered recruit. When did you see him last? Marielle stared at him, her jewel-colored eyes wide and her voice cracked on. Murdered? Seamus? But a heartbeat, maybe two passed, and she again became the perfect picture of noble grace. I saw him at dinner, she answered in a tone anyone might use to comment on the weather. He left before dusk. He said he was going to play Wicked Grace with the Comte de Vave. Do you know of anyone who might have wanted him dead? Javelin asked softly. People want magistrates dead on principle. She gave a wry smile, but her voice grew pained. Criminals, political rivals, even people in his district who disagree with him. She drifted off, lost in thought, and then turned to Donnan, eyes blazing. A week ago, a letter came. Fake threats. I thought it was nothing, but it upset Seamus. Who sent it? Donnan asked. It wasn't signed, but the seal was 6 crossed swords. Fascinating. Let's go close that rift. Okay. Come on, step in, Lee. I was really hoping one of them would step in. Perfect. There we go. Go. And now we can collect this. Let's check out that cave first, see where it leads. Hopefully we can get some Darkstalker hides in there. If we're lucky. Let's get our horse. Like, the magical lighting effects are pretty, but is it hard to see? Let's see what this cave needs, and if we're lucky we'll get enough spider ichor out of it to make the anti-venom. I'm gonna go this way first. I should not open with match fire, because it frightens enemies. It was another point. Cheers, Cassandra. I think this one will be useful. Do you have any points? No. Let's put it on this one. Okay. Come on. What's new? Can't make runes yet until we get to Skyhold, so see if there's an exit this way. Doesn't quite look like there is. No. It's not. There we go. Why did that not trigger? No more ichor. Let's travel back. Should also immediately stock us back up on potions, so that's good. And make the Mercy's Crest. We can then equip it, so we can enter the camp. Go for this first. Then we'll get the shards and the rift on the way. And we'll see about everything else later. By challenging the leader, we can also recruit the rest, which would be nice. Like, we don't, in gameplay purposes, get much from it, but for roleplay purposes, I want to expand the Inquisition as much as possible. And by relying on local forces, we wouldn't be spreading thin what else we have in the area. Nug. Perfect.
I hear reconstruction is progressing well in Kirkwall.
I know things are bad there.
I wasn't trying to...
You weren't trying to remind me how bad it is in Kirkwall, so you decided to talk about it?
About its recovery.
What you're talking about are the buildings, and even that will take years. People don't recover so easily.
I really thought that road would lead us straight to the camp. I guess not. I wonder what right up this, because it looks like it would have once been a river.
Someone's come with a challenge. The others failed.
So you would challenge the blades of Hassarian?
You killed soldiers of the Inquisition. We cannot let this stand.
You want justice? Claim it.
Why is it not letting me control the others? Really? There we go. Full draw. It's not where you were supposed to target, but okay. Never mind.
done.
Provided no one stabs you in the back on the way out.
And kind of don't like any of these. Guess we'll go for the dexterity path. We're not gonna get hook and tackle, we're not gonna get throwing blades. Maybe toxic cloud? I also wanna... Do I wanna get Battle Master or Vanguard? I'm gonna go for Vanguard. So wait, how many samples are in there? 1, 2, 3, 4. And Battle Master also has 4. Okay. I don't think we need a charge. Okay.
At your service, Your Worship.
Your Worship, the blades of Hassarion are at your service. If you want eyes on the coast, here we are.
I've not heard of the Blades of Hassarion.
Our work is often misunderstood, but we serve Andraste and whoever proves worthy of wielding us.
You and your blades are loyal to the Inquisition?
We're loyal to you. I suppose that's the same thing, Your Worship.
So there's no ill will over what happened with your former boss?
The man was a bastard. You're not the first to stand up to him. You're just the first to win, and we're happy with that. Besides, I would rather swear my life to the Herald of Andraste.
Do you have anything to report?
Nothing of note, Your Worship.
Okay.
I should go.
Safe travels, Your Worship.
We can look for loot and reactivate this. A better note. A note presumably penned by the Blade's former leader. Do not care what the Inquisition claims. They live to serve their own purposes. Do not listen to their corruption. These hills belong to the Blades of Hassarion. Have I not been good to you? You follow my will as you would do the will of Andraste. So you have sworn.
You alright?
It's just a girl. I remember them. No.
I know. We'll be safe there.
It's not actually letting me read that for some reason. Let's double check there's nothing new. My dear friend, I completely understand the difficulty you face. To have such well-equipped bandits attack your family's caravans to reckon in with such exquisite knowledge of your shipping schedule is indeed highly unfortunate. There is no shame at all in finding your household guards mounting in such trying circumstances. To answer your question, when faced with my own troubles last year, I employed the Bull's Chargers. Their leader, the Iron Bull, is a Kunari, a great horned giant of a man. He looked like a savage, but spoke like a gentleman. He seems unstoppable in combat, but is far more clever than a simple swordsman. His mercenaries were costly, but they were both strong enough to protect my family's caravans, and clever enough to discover how the bandits came into such luck in their attacks upon my family. The bandits have been no trouble at all since, and a baron of a mutual acquaintance effusively assured me that he would be greatly surprised that they ever again cause us difficulty. If you wish to employ the Iron Bull, I can provide you with his contact information, as well as a list of the liquors he enjoys most particularly. Will your husband also be present in these negotiations, or will you be making the acquaintance of the Iron Bull in a more intimate setting? If so, we shall have to talk the next time our men go hunting. Yours in friendship, B. And then lifted from a hidden drawer in a noble woman's vanity and copied carefully before being returned. We have someone else here. Oh, Sarah. Didn't we already see this one? Addendum Danimum. Sarah's claim to have lived in Danimum cannot be verified, but seems likely. The inanimate dam was neither stable nor secure. Many residents of the city fled the region following the blight, given her nature. Follow what has seemed strife with targets. Danimum has more than its share of suspect nobility, but most were rallied against a common enemy, thanks to the efforts of the hero Faradin. Forced to more like shits and double shits. Deepstalkers. One of the few natural, non-darkspawn creatures to live in the deep roads. The Deepstalker is a reptilian cave dweller known for burrowing into the stone paths of the deep roads and ambushing prey, usually nugs. They hunt in packs, attacking with round mouths or serrated teeth, or spitting poison from venom glands. Although a single Deepstalker poses little threat to any experienced explorer, packs can be lethal. Newly hatched dragons are roughly the size of a deer and voraciously hungry. They live for a short time in the mother's nest before venturing out on their own. Their standard wingless creatures are born in vast number, and only a few survive to adulthood. Giant spider. Maybe it's meant to be that size and the regular ones are miniatures. I mean, a just and carrying maker would create them big to start, then they can't hide. That's what bothers you, isn't it? The hiding? A big one like that, a good 12-footer. Sure, it's all fang and such, but you know where it is. Dark places where the vein is weak. You're never surprised by a giant one because you have to go to their house. They're not on your face at night and when you're booted in the morning. And if the web is thick as rigging, you don't have to worry about the hair on your neck. Or the baby ones on the breeze. You'll hate that, right? Hitting a cloud of them while you're riding. Could be a dozen, but you only see one. You try to smash it. When you look, the thing is gone. And now your arm itches right up to your soldier. And that hair feels like it's back. You can't unbuckle your helm because of the gauntlets. Now the hair on your ear is tingly. That's just about the worst, isn't it? Records of the Redcliffe Guard, 14 Guardian, year 939. Witness account of provocation and resulting brawl. No jailings. Victim was being an arse. Okay. Something else that's marked as new. Here it is. Dogs are an essential part of Farodan culture, and no dog is more prized than a Mabari. The breed is as old as myth, said to have been bred from the wolves who served Dane, prized for their intelligence and loyalty. These dogs are more than mere weapons or status symbols. The hounds choose their masters, pairing with them for life. To be the master of a Mabari anywhere in Farodan is to be recognized instantly as a person of worth. The Mabari are an essential part of Farodan military strategy. Trained hounds can easily pull knights from horseback or break lines of pikemen, and the sight and sound of a wave of war dogs howling and snarling has been known to cause panic among even the most hardened infantry soldier. We should have one on the Storm Coast as well. I cannot say whether the Storm Coast receives more inclement weather than any other stretch of northern Farodan coastline. That hasn't stopped the region from boasting more than its fair share of tragic tales. If all is to be believed, rich merchant ship blanketed depths to the follies of their proud captains. The infamous and likely fictional pirate Denal of Sal gave up the sea to become a Grey Warden, was standing on these shores, and countless young women pined for groom lost to the waves. I witnessed nothing so fanciful in my brief sojourn to the coast. However, the area is sparsely populated, and as I watched the breaking sea strike the shore, I could see why such tales are born. Resources found here: Spinnerweed, Blood Lotus, Black Lotus, Serpent Stone, and Summerstone. Okay.
See? I told you. Alright.
Version of Asarian. Beloved Andraste, sit well at the Maker's side and know my sorrow, for my heart was weakened in its search of greater glory. As she was my enemy, I heeded the word of the betrayer, and so sentenced her to die. Thus she was bound by the pious, so that all might bear witness. But as the prophet burned, a silence fell, for though flame licked mortal flesh, she would not cry. The hearts of the people filled with shame, and all was silent with her. I thought of defiance, and though I marveled at his strength, my heart was yet unmoved. It was then the prophet raised her eyes, her visage wreathed with sacred flames. It was then I saw her sorrow, and her acceptance. I felt the flame eat mine own flesh. I felt its slow death upon me, and knew her suffering. Through flame, I walked and drove the sword into her heart, and so the prophet was released. The Maker whispered in my ear, and knew I had become the instrument of his will. An interpretation of the conversion of Hessarian written in the year 734 of the Storm Age claims that it draws from a text written by Hessarian himself and remain unconfirmed.
Are you sure?
Okay. That does make the Blades of Hessarian as like an organization really interesting. We can see the fight.
Seeker, you're the dragon expert. What do we do now?
Don't get killed by either of them.
I really want to fight. Too far away, maybe? No idea. Either way, we can loot it. Not bad. It's not bad, but I guess we can leave that for when we get level 9. Let's look for this shard first. Looks to be just up that cliff. Don't know the best way to get up there. And there we go. That's easy. Now we just follow the coast to get the next ones. One of those should be just before we get to that rift, and the other just behind it. So we can clear it out as well while we're here. And then once we got that, we can get to camp. Oh, is it on this boat? No. It's on the other side. There it is. See if I can find a good angle. Perfect. There's the loop. There we go. Just up here is a cave entrance and a landmark, so I want to try and climb this. I don't think this is the way. Oh, this works. Perfect. That's all the shards. This Morgan steps. It is not uncommon to enter a cave nestled in the basalt columns of the stone coast and discover traces of ancient dwarven architecture. Prior to the Third Age, the dwarven people maintained a sizable presence on the coast. Mining guilds were drawn to the area's then plentiful mineral deposits. All dwarven activity ceased when docks upon the coast forced the deep roads to be sealed, severing the region from Orzammar. Okay, let's set this as active. So that's where we want to go next. Perfect. Oh wait, this is the cave they always get stuck in, isn't it? I think I remember this. Okay, once we get to camp, we can also fill the requisition automatically. That was close.
Some. Well, I found it in a latrine in a village near Cherno. It was missing some pages.
Fitting. Should be right here. There it is.
Decent place to camp.
I'll be honest, I'm already getting tired of the Stormcast.
This might interest you.
What is it?
Could prove useful.
Let's see what the next one is. More anti-venom, okay. Of course. Mark these as active. I'll get these two and then we'll hand in then. So where are the rifts here? Okay, I think I'm not gonna worry as much about like getting all the rifts before getting the next scan, because it does kind of look like the same area. Now we can go for these.
We should look around.
Grey Warden's journal. He's not here. We've searched thoroughly and we will now move on. How many days have I wasted here with the whispers lurking at the back of my mind in this mad assignment? Proof of more luck as we head south. While speaking with the other wardens, I told the fishermen about the dark when we sense beneath the earth. They will not burst forth from the ground today or tomorrow, but I fear it will not be long. We will not be here when they finally surface. Fishermen were grieved at the news, but they decided to make for West Hill, which is safe for now. As for the fisherman who was interested in joining, I convinced him that now was not the time. Others might have told him otherwise, but he is too young to make such a sacrifice simply because he doesn't wish to throw nets in the water all his life. We shared one last night by the campfire, and he went on his way with a smile, humming the song of Andriel as he left.
The wardens were here at some point.
Okay, I want to go this way first. Deeper inland. Can't really see how we're supposed to get there. I think it's supposed to connect to this forest, maybe? Or maybe this path. If it's anything, it's gonna be this. I grow more convinced that if he was ever here, he is long gone. Still, it would not do for us to have missed him through laziness. He was one of our most skilled warriors. If anyone could hide himself here, it would be he. One of the fishermen was prone to despair. He had shoulders like an ox from throwing nets all day. He also put joined the Grey Wardens. Under what circumstances would be honored to think a worthy and willing volunteer. Now, I did not say whether she'd seek new recruits even without circumstance, or because of them. I suppose it did not hurt his cause that he was easy to look at, and clearly wished to know more about the Danish. Dogs spawn louder than I thought at first. The constant whispering at the back of my mind makes it difficult to sense them as easily as I usually do. They are near the surface. Perhaps bandits are not the worst these people have to face.
Looks like several wardens were traveling together.
I think the Inquisition could benefit from this.
Okay, next we gotta hit that astrarium. I think those are our blades in trouble, so let's help out. Got some more lore. From the Canticle of Transfigurations, many of those who wander in sin, despairing that they are lost forever. But the one who repents, who has faith unshaken by the darkness of the world, and boasts not nor gloats over the misfortune of the weak, takes delight. In the Maker's long creation, she shall know the peace of the Maker's benediction. Okay. We got some new creature lore. Giant. 938 Dragon, 4th Harvest Mirror, continued musings on giants. I assume they encroach through the disruptions of their environments, perhaps crowing darkspawn rerouted underground waters, altering the landscape of the prey. For the seemingly only motivator, and I have observed them eating meat, grains, leaves, nearly anything digestible really, with no care or joy for taste or texture. So complete is this scavenging that troll might be a more academically accurate term. But I cannot blame farming folk for imposing an obvious descriptive, yet are these giants mainly beasts of destructive intent? I followed one specimen from the north, where they are somewhat more common to winter breeding grounds, warm to season, corruption of silent plains. It followed waterways, preferring to float its bulk, but never did I see any sense in its eye. Never did it appear to plan beyond its immediate surroundings. But I remain intrigued, for they have hands, and that means potential to raise them in praise. Throughout creation, upright beings with hands have been a sign of greater purpose. What lesson, Maker, in these strange children? I will post tomorrow in your name. Except annotated below in a different hand, last entry in the letter of Brother Estamir is only recovered possession, likely because they were already flat. The archivist recommended to remind the neophytes that the tale of Cicidario in the Wolf's Den is a metaphor. What tale? Good. Should be able to get up here somewhere, I think. It's the small path I just went through. So how do I get up here? Summerstone, how nice. And let's claim this. The stone tree. So Gainer made his way through the wood until he saw the light of the quarter moon shining on the rock. Elise emerged from the pines and they shared a quick embrace before making their way to the waiting ship. From a local version of the resourceful lover, it's said that lovers who kiss a stone tree will be blessed with a long and happy marriage. Those fond of the superstition tend to ignore renditions of the tale in which Gainer and Elise drown at sea. Sister Hoda from her unpublished work, Folk Nonsense and Other Absurdities. Bit of a rude title for a book. It's not letting me use this because the enemies are too close by. I accidentally hit the ram and now we have to kill it. Okay. Let's look for a point that has an uneven amount of connections. 2, 2, yep. 4, 4, 3, 4 and 2, okay. This does kind of look like a tough one. I thought I messed it up at some points, but it's fine. Constellation Bellatanus, referred to as the Maiden in common parlance, depictions of the constellation Bellatanus vary from one age to the next. It has always been considered fashionable for prominent women of the day to be declared a maiden's personification. Queen Madrigal in the Exalted Age, for instance, and Queen Asha before her. None of these women would likely appreciate the fact that Bellatanus is believed to have originally referred to Ephemio, the old god of beauty. From a study of Theatosian astronomy by Sister Organ Petrarchius. And now we can open this up. It seemed to point roughly in this direction, so... Oh, there it is. Dreamweaver staff, not bad, I guess. And Bane of Earth Crossing and a Prismatic Great Axe, okay. Restriction, not Varric. Oragoni. That's still so funny to me. You can give that to Sarah, I guess.
It produces a remarkable edge.
Celestine Black, they call it. It's the only stone I'll use on my blades. You know what? Keep it. I'll find another.
Thank you. That's very kind.
Friendship. Okay, let's go for these shards. I don't think we can access these yet, so we'll leave those for later. Yeah. Because I'm fairly certain that other camp has a path directly to the rift, so makes no sense to go for the rift now. If I remember, it's also a pretty tough one. I think on my Nightmare difficulty one I left it be. I think I want to wait with the Fallowmire until I have Dorian in the party. I can do that after I've recruited the mages as a bit of a time filler. Careful of never mind. How do I get this? It's this way? Question mark? Still no trace of him. Never feel the dark spawn in the ground below. Could be looking close to them, perhaps preparing to die with honor. I doubt it. It's the only need we have so far. I confess that this seems a fool errand at times, given how much is at stake. It's our bandits rising the fishermen and we intervened. The fishermen tagged us, so we fear the bandits will return again in greater number. And we won't always be here to help. Nevertheless, as long as we're here, the fishermen are safe. Dreams continue as they do every night and make it hard for us to sleep, but we must persist. Hopefully the others will find a solution by the time we return. In the meantime, I sing the song of Andrew to myself to clear my mind as best I can.
This belongs to the Wardens.
Gay whiskey light wine conscription ale. Perhaps local to a handful of Grey Warden companies, these spirits reflect a custom or legend born of utility. Allowed to seize goods to aid the cause, wardens combine half-full bottles to save space while traveling. Never fully emptied, or, as with a kettle, cleaned. Each eventually takes on a base flavor as unique as the warden carrying it. What do we care? Nothing burns like the first cup. Could be fact, could be tribute. It does seem as though the bottles range farther than the namesake warden could. Okay. We searched the area but found no sign. If he was here, it was some time ago. Fishers in the area are friendly, and like some, they remember how the Grey Wardens fought to save Roden in the last blight. Though they had little, they shared some of the catch to give us a better supper than we had tasted in a week. They even deferred to me once they saw that I commanded the other Wardens, and there were few, even if Roden would watch an elf command man without pause. They're friendly folk after all. The town has suffered in the past years. I hope they find some peace.
The Wardens must have moved on.
Moved on to where, I wonder?
They're searching for someone.
On Warden business, maybe? Secret missions or whatever it is they get up to when there's no blight.
Whoever the Wardens are seeking, he's led them away from here.
Okay. We'll get the shards and we'll try out the rifts. And then it looks like we're done. I think we'll go and deal with the mages then. Oh, Black Lotus. Don't mind if I do. Oh, I think I know where the last Okinarum is. We can't open that yet. I think it's right behind the rift. So let's poke at this camp.
Decent spot to camp.
Nothing to report, sir.
Okay. Yeah, it's not marking any new rifts. So that's where we'll go first. It's kind of the only thing we can still do here, but I think with 2 warriors we should be fine, even if it ends up being a little bit tough. We'll check if the new special bow and axe are any good for... No, I don't think they can equip it yet. What level are we currently? 8 or 9? 8. Oh no, that's level 8. It's only the prismatic great axe that is a high level. I should not be putting those away. Constitution, that might be good for my warriors. I think I'm gonna give this one to Cassandra. Willpower or Constitution is a little bit better. Out of melee defense. Okay. Oh wait, enhanced amulet of magic. Oh yeah, guess I put that on. Okay. Ooh, a book. Just a random journal. They're not even charging at us at all. Those do seem tough. It's risky, but we have to try. They are luckily just wraiths. Oh shit, a spare demon. We need everyone to focus on that first. And then Omatara can wipe out the raids quickly. I'm surprised it worked.
They say your family almost drove the dragons to extinction. A shame. Majestic beasts.
Majestic? Say that after you see a pile of dragon shit bigger than your house.
Fire mine ray? I kinda want that one. It teams a little bit better with what I already have. Static cage duration, so is okay. One. Plant a flag in this. Through the mist, the water shone brightly blue than the sea outside. I knew they would come soon. When the Journal of Money Hudson dated 9 tree dragons sealed in Kendall Code, Circle Tower Day Cannon Hand. Aww. That's a very loud waterfall. I feel like there is still one shard missing, isn't there? No, wait, there's not. Never mind. I thought I needed 4 more. We'll pick up these shards and then we can go back to Haven.
Designs a place that takes this many keys to get inside.
Don't even know about the keys yet, Varric. You're not supposed to say that. Suppose we might want to go there soon as well. Pick up the resistances. Guess I'll check what level it recommends to face the what's the name? Face the mages. Because like I don't want to go on too many distractions. Okay.
Can I help you with anything?
Iron Bull said the charges were at my disposal. Do you have any suggestions on how to use them?
Nothing jumps out at me. If I come up with any ideas, I'll let you know.
Can we talk about the Bull's charges?
Best company you'll find from here to the Anderfells. In my time with the Chief, we've gone up against everything from bandits to magic trees. We're expensive, but you'll never doubt we're worth it. Want to know anything in particular?
You said something about everything from bandits to magic trees. I'll admit to some curiosity.
Right. Sylvans. That's what Dalish called them. Apparently spirits can possess trees, too. Some noble in the Dales, and they really don't like it when you call them Dalish nobles, had a haunted forest. His family had abandoned the land, but he wanted it back. The chief bought us all axes, and in we went. Between the axes and the torches, the Sylvans weren't too bad. Worst part was the squirrels.
Squirrels?
Do the chargers specialize in anything from a tactical standpoint?
Bull doesn't want us large enough to work as an army. We're better as shock troops, as skirmishers. We've got archers for hitting enemy infantry, Dalish with more archery, and Skinner and her people on the flanks. Rocky handles fortifications and traps, and Stitches keeps us all fighting. They mostly hold back. I'll lead the frontline fighters with Grim, and the chief goes wherever he can hit something.
Are there rules for how mercenaries operate?
If you don't want some noble to treat you like bandits, yes. There's also a code of conduct most companies hold to. Keeps things civilized on the battlefield. We accept surrenders for ransom from mercenaries, nobles, and soldiers wearing a lord's colors. Our prisoners are treated well, injuries tended. We'd want the same for any of ours who got captured.
We'll talk later.
They've got good form. Cullen's putting his Templar training to good use.
Did Cullen tell you he was a Templar? He's not wearing the armor.
He didn't have to. Might not be a Templar shield, but it's a Templar holding it. He angles the shield just a bit down. Helps direct fire or acid away, so it doesn't spray right into your face. Canary learned the same thing when we trained to fight Tevinter mages. Your Templar's doing good work.
You sound like you want to head down there and give the troops some pointers.
Nah, I'm no good at command unless I know who my guys are sleeping with and what they like to drink. Inquisition's already too large for that. The chargers are big enough for me. Biggest problem for the Inquisition right now isn't on the front line. It's at the top. You've got no leader, no Inquisitor.
Then maybe we need one. I'd be willing.
You? Huh. Why you?
Nobody else seems to be stepping forward, and since I can seal rifts, I'm here whether I like it or not. If it proved necessary to have an Inquisitor, I could make a go of it.
For a second there, you sounded like a Canary. My people don't pick leaders from the strongest, or the smartest, or even the most talented. We pick the ones willing to make the hard decisions, and live with the consequences. Who knows? Maybe you sealed the breach. The Chantry gets off its ass and all those soldiers go home and get fat.
You think?
It could happen. It won't, but it could.
Good. Senate, have anything to
Feels good
say?
to be back at work, Inquisition. And lucky you have me. In lesser hands, you'd be in trouble. Haven can't support the mounts you need, but I can.
How are your charges? Well supplied?
Haven is groaning under the weight. It wasn't built for this, but we'll make it serve.
Farewell.
Make her be with you.
I think I want to make chocolate tar for Iron Ball. I'll compare what these all look like. Yeah, because these all are all kind of the same, but at least chocolate tar is like unique. I think iron is best. Samite actually looks kind of cool. I'll go for Playdoy for now. Okay. And do we have any good weapons? If we can make one that's better than 92. Double bearded axe, pointed maul, temple great sword. Let's make him a double bearded axe. And we'll make it from iron, of course, with an onyx inset. Can I see what we can put on it? I have 10 a pommel. Dense or rugged? I think dense fits it better. No, rugged. Critical chance flanking damage, sunder on hit. Yeah, I want to get sunder on hit. Go for Deep Stalker. And armor penetration could be good. And we'll go for a sharp pommel of Drakestone and Onyx.
That'll do.
There's some of these. Oh, the ones that I have.
You need something?
As valuables are also showing up. Okay. Let's give him the axe. And let's have a look at Sarah's bow. 66 bow. But can she equip Bane of Red Crossing? Yes, she can. Okay, now let's just do the rounds.
Yes?
What do you think of the Inquisition?
I expected more. More men, better equipment. You may have Andraste's favor, but wars are won by men, soldiers.
That's a good point.
I don't need you to tell me what I already know.
You asked for my opinion. That was my opinion.
What do you think about all this trouble between the Mages and Templars?
Looking at it from where we stand, it seems inevitable. But that could be hindsight. How many of us actually saw it coming? Either way, I don't think the Chantry will ever recover.
What do you think of Haven?
It's a war camp that was once a pilgrim's refuge. It's the state of the world, though, isn't it? Holy ground turned into a battlefield. Pity about that temple. Would have been nice to see it.
You must have some feelings about our friends.
Talked with Solus the other day. That man knows all there is to know about everything.
Okay, we'll just talk about random people.
What do you think of the Inquisition's cause?
Restoring order is a goal I support wholeheartedly. But that's not the end of it, is it? Not by a half. The Lady Seeker believes we are restoring the Chantry. Others say it needs reform. I don't know where you stand on the matter, and I'll admit I haven't made up my mind either.
What do you think of my advisors?
Josephine's lovely, and craftier than you'd expect. The Inquisition could not have picked a better ambassador.
What do you think of my advisors?
Liliana seems nice. Also a little frightening, but mostly nice.
Does Liliana frighten you? Has she said anything to you?
No, she hasn't said anything. I'd just rather not offend her. I don't want to wake up with a blade in my kidneys if I can help it.
What do you think of my advisors?
Liliana seems nice. Also a little frightening, but mostly nice.
Okay, it's just gonna repeat stuff.
We should return to our duties.
As you wish. You are, after all, in charge.
It sounds like he's angry at me. I was hoping it would like cycle through the options. But like remove ones he already said out of the list, but it seems he's just gonna repeat. So there's no real point in asking him.
Master Harry.
I want to double check there's nothing new and interesting in here. Nope. Good.
Harry doesn't know won't hurt him.
Need something?
I read your Tale of the Champion, and I have...
That's a pretty common reaction.
Cap...
Need something?
Can I...
You want to talk about me?
Okay. So I've already exhausted all of his dialogue. I know I've already done it for Solus as well. So let's do Sarah now.
Sitting and waiting. Great, yeah?
You apparently have a lot of friends. Tell me about your network.
It's not mine, right? I mean, it is, but it's also everyone. Everyone who wants to shove it to nobles who hide behind gold and silk. And hats, I guess.
Is Red's Jenny real? Or was she always just you and your friends?
Dunno.
Don't you care?
Not if it works. I mean, Red is scary because blood. And Jenny is... Look, nobody fears the bunch of people who do random stuff. And besides, it's easy. Nobles want a bogeyman because they need to believe normal people can't get to them. Numbers, yeah? An even spread is all it takes.
She has a point.
It seems like it should be more complicated than that.
That's why you be bad at it and why I'm here. You don't want to play, don't play. That's simple too.
It is like kind of annoying that I'm sitting here and like, oh, that makes sense, and then all the dialogue is either it doesn't make sense or it's a wrong thing.
Are you just about pranks and revenge, or is there more to it?
Well, it's a weave, right? I grease a ballroom, so a wyvern chasing Git has to hunt sprained. Strangely, handmaids leave his vault open. His heirlooms pay off someone else. Maybe clean streets in Kirkwall, so someone gets something else. Pish, pish, pish. A lot of people eventually get help or a laugh. Or maybe someone dead, if they deserve it.
I'm glad I met you before someone decided what I deserved.
You're no hateful ass so far. I'd just get you with a pie or something. Anyway, assassin's a bard's job, innit? No fun, that, though. They might plonk a noble, right? But only to raise another. Plus, I'm shy at singing.
I love her so much.
Where are the people you promised?
If I knew, they wouldn't be much use. That's sort of the point. Look, unless your baddies are rocks or trees, they have people they use. Cooks, squires, wipers. Yeah, I know, wipers, right? You better believe the one with wipers deserve it, right in the... Well, anyway. The little people will be there when you need them, in a million little ways.
So lots of little contributions add up in the background, like snowflakes that snap a branch.
What? Sure. Like snow, I guess. Anyway, it just works, most of the time. Friend of a friend and little hints. Mind you, you still have to be smart. Don't bet your life unless you're into that. Risky, yeah? But you like a bit of a tease.
I can play along if it works for you.
You have a choice. Hail the Inquisition.
We'll talk another time.
She is cool. She is genuinely okay. So, I think here I can show to get like a sense of why I think she's the best. So we have a player character who is like the leader of this group. Cassandra is a seeker of the Chantry. So like, the Seekers are like the internal affairs to the Templars. They are big fucking shit. Blackwall is a Grey Warden, which were like the main characters from the first game. Vivienne was the enchanter at court for the Empress, and is the leader of what remains of the Loyalist mages. So again, real big shit. Sonus is a hobo. Varric we know from the last game, but he like represents the Dwarven merchants. The Iron Bull has his own mercenary company he gave to us. But Sarah's take is that like she works with regular people in order to like get at nobles who abuse their power. And that's so fucking awesome. Genuinely. She is genuinely just simply the best. Better than all the rest.
The Carter really has no issue selling to both the mages.
Did you need something?
Anything I should know?
I've nothing to report at the moment.
Also, Liliana, our wife from the first game, is back as an advisor in this one.
I'll leave you to your work.
That mercenary band that joined the Inquisition. Soldiers, they've got a healer.
Yes?
Let's see... this one?
I wanted to ask you about the Circle of Magi.
Of course. What do you wish to know?
You must have an opinion of the Templars after living so long in the Circle.
Having opinions about Templars, my dear, is exactly like having opinions about mages or Navarans or men. I have known some who were impossible to endure and some who were utterly charming. I have suffered insults at the hands of those in the armor, but no more than I endured from nobles or tradesmen in Val Royal. Personally, I have found the Templars a useful tool, skilled at keeping more unpleasant elements at bay.
If the Circle disbanded, how can you still belong to it?
The Circle is an idea, my dear, and an idea cannot be dissolved. Many of the first enchanters voted for rebellion, caring little that anything short of a unanimous decision would pit mage against mage. Rather than dissolving it, Grand Enchanter Fiona's vote split the Circle in two. The rebels follow her, the loyalists follow me.
I guess this one?
If you led all the loyalists, why are you only First Enchanter and not Grand Enchanter?
Grand Enchanters are elected, and since there are no First Enchanters besides myself, no vote can be held. I could name myself Grand Enchanter, but the title holds no meaning now. When the circles are restored, that will change.
It's actually interesting that she is strong enough on her principles that, like, she could legitimately elect herself as Grand Enchanter, but she just chooses not to. That's interesting.
What was it like to live in a Circle?
My dear, your question is the root of all problems with mages. I cannot tell you. Every Circle was different. Their Templars were different, their politics unique. And every person within each tower had an experience of Circle life unique to themselves. Some people suffered and some were content. Some were cruel, some compassionate, and some indifferent. The same is true of people everywhere, in all circumstances, whether they are mages or not.
So tell me about your personal experience with the Circle.
I enjoyed life in the Montsimard Circle, my dear. It was an edifice devoted to knowledge and refinement. And there is comfort to be had, you know, in the company of fellow mages. Those born without magic will never truly understand us.
You must have been under constant supervision, being forced by Templars to live in the tower. Was that hard to endure?
My dear, I have a suite in the palace and a wing at my dear Duke Bastien's estate. I've never been forced to live anywhere. Most circles allowed mages to live away from the tower, either on their own or in service to the nobility. All that was required was permission from the first enchanter. Some circles were harsher in their restrictions. Kirkwall was the worst, but it was the exception. Most were quite permissive. Perhaps too permissive, in retrospect.
Interesting you say that, because it was because Kirkwall was too strict that the rebellion started, and you're focusing on the circles that are too permissive. It's crunchy, because I'm so close to agreeing with her, but at the same time, we keep reaching the opposite conclusions.
How did we come to this state with the circles in revolt?
A failure of perspective that infected Circle leadership. Mages lived solely in a world of Templars and mages. They could not even imagine what was beyond the tower walls. Kirkwall gave the world a reason to remember its fear of magic. A mage killed hundreds with a snap of their fingers. Across Thedas, a new tangible fear of magic grew. Commoners and nobles alike called out to the Chantry for protection. But the malcontents in the towers thought nothing of this. They cared only for themselves and for their anger at the new Templar restrictions. When a mage attempted to assassinate Divine Justinia, again, the mages protested the investigation. The leadership chose to vote on independence based on the intolerable conditions imposed by the Templars, sparing no thought to the fact that magic was more feared in the aftermath of these attacks than it had been since Tevinter's day. So long as they had their freedom, they could care little for riots, angry mobs, or about pitting mages against each other.
Are you familiar with Grand Enchanter Fiona?
We've met. Before her horrendously ill-timed and selfish vote for independence, I thought her adequate at her job. In her dotage, she could not handle looking after the well-being of so many people. We would have done better to replace her years ago, to let her spend time gardening.
Did they have cause to rebel?
In the aftermath of their terrorist attacks? Was that really the most opportune time to break away? By all means protest abuses by the Templars. Just don't do it in a way that says mages support wholesale murder. By voting when they did, my colleagues all but declared war upon the ordinary people of Thedas. A war in which we are outnumbered 100 to 1.
I thought the fighting was only between mages and Templars. Why are mages fighting mages?
The vote for independence was carried by only a small margin, but Fiona chose to let the motion stand. Those who opposed a rash declaration of war against the entire free world had little choice. By breaking from the Chantry when they did, the rebels declared themselves in support of mass murder. Anyone who did not wish to support terrorism and the slaughter of innocents was forced to take arms against the rebels.
It's so crunchy, but
More healing drafts for you, revered mother. Thank you.
Does Josephine have anything to say?
What may I do for you?
What do the people make of us?
Despite our fame, we're low.
Okay, it's still the same.
Let...
Thank you.
What else do we have? One of the hinterlands. Sort of plan of Western approaches. Okay. Chat, do people want to vote on which faction we're gonna side with? Because I'm still torn. I am still so torn about which side we should go for. And I feel like I'm gonna need chat's opinion. I want to go for underwater knowledge before we go for nobility.
There's nothing to do with fairness. We simply can't accommodate them if they bring that many servants.
I will speak to the Duchess. She can be reasoned with, after a fashion.
Let's see. Part of a Pan-Astral report, not only the current fight for succession and alliance, which has been without a direct ruler since Duke marched out early in the old Asian Civil War. Duchy will go to one of 3 members of the Royal Duke's family, all of whom have possible claims to position due to the complex nature of Indonesian politics. His cousin Kaganina, already a duchess by marriage, his daughter Monette, whose claim is muddied by her youthful naivete and the fact that her father pursuant to a life of service to the Chantry after his wife's death, likely to protect her from the danger of the game, and his brother's young Gaspar, an ambitious and cunning man who has been searching for power. Kaganina is capable and not overly invested in overseeing lives personally. Will never be the most easy to manipulate, but that's likely to be useful. Young Gaspar would difficult to manipulate the couples and try to physically siege his brother. So we don't want to get Young Gaspar. Oh, okay, so we can remove one person. I'm gonna quickly look this one up, hang on. If this changes stuff. So it's... We can get goats, spin the wheel over influence. I'm mostly on influence. And part 2. What are the possibilities there? Okay. I can get 60 influence if I remove either Carolina or Monette in part 1. And 30 influence if I remove Jean Caspar. In that case, I think I want Carolina in power. Yeah. Get some spindleweed. Oh, I should have gone the other one. Okay. And now we send Josephine. I think. Right. Yeah, I don't really care about getting a blade. Okay. Please have made the acquaintance of your friends here in LA, and have more pleased that they have convinced Kenny to throw aside his spurious claims tonight. Truth, I have no quarrel with her husband Stefan, and would have caused my heartache to cross blades with him. Need to honor the Inquisition support and time will come for now, sending a dozen audience chevaliers to serve on behalf of my family. Good. Okay. And Almara runes found in Montepass outside Haven finally given him more of the secrets, pointing to one large island on the north coast. Frowden island is quite large, covered in dense wilderness. Let's go and force and occupy the island.
To work?
Found what we were looking for, an ancient vault all but buried in the thick vegetation in the heart of the island, no doubt untouched for over 1,000 years. The effort to open the vault without setting off traps was considerable. We found it was interesting. According to an ancient naming law, this was a retreat to one of the last of Andros' disciples. Okay. Alright. Is there anybody in chat who wants to cast a vote for where to go first? Because we can seek out the Templars, who are the sort of police force ruling the mages, and then disband them, which is gonna get a Sarah approval, but it does mean we will have to fight the mages in the future acts. Or we can side with the mages, which is gonna make Sarah a little bit angry at us. But it does mean we get the cooler allies. And we get the allies that are trying to fight for their own freedom, instead of killing all the mages. So that's the question, chat. Do we go for making our resident lesbian in the party happy? Or do we go for helping out the mages? That is the tough part. I need to make a choice, and I hate it. Yeah, it should be noted, it's not like Sarah's gonna leave the party. It's just that she's gonna lose like 20 approval points, and it's gonna take us a while to get those back, but we can. I have romanced her while siding with the mages before, so I know it's possible. I will just probably need to make use of my list of all the different ways to get her approval. We can also take all the mages as prisoners if we want to work with the mages, but that does feel a little bit like we would be the ACAB. Similarly, if we go to the Templars, we can disband them. Okay, since you're saying vote ACAB, I guess that means going with the mages and fighting the Templars who are fantasy cops. Just so we're clear. Or do you mean with ACAB we're gonna side with the cops? Fight the cops, okay. Redcliffe Castle and the mages who could close the breach are under the control of Magister Garion and Alexius, a venatory cultist with an unhealthy interest in the venom and the power to reorder time itself. He has kindly invited the venom to the castle alone to negotiate. It's an obvious trap, but Liliana and the Regent can infiltrate the castle and remove the venatory threat, while Alexius' attention is averted. A dangerous game, but it's our best chance.
We don't have the manpower to take the castle. Either we find another way in, or give up this nonsense and go and get the Templars.
Redcliffe is in the hands of a Magister. This cannot be allowed to stand.
The letter from Alexius asked for the Herald of Andraste by name. It's an obvious trap.
So, we've heard from Magister Alexius. I expected as much.
And yet some of us want to sit and do nothing.
Not this again.
Redcliffe Castle is one of the most defensible fortresses in Ferelden. It has repelled thousands of assaults. If you go in there, you'll die. And we'll lose the only means we have of closing these rifts. I won't allow it.
And if we don't even try to meet Alexius, we lose the mages and leave a hostile foreign power on our doorstep.
Even if we could assault the keep, it would be for naught. An Orlesian Inquisition's army marching into Ferelden would provoke a war. Our hands are tied.
The Magister
has outplayed us.
We can't just give up. There has to be something we can do.
We cannot accept defeat now. There must be a solution.
Other than the main gate, there's got to be another way into the castle. A sewer? A watercourse? Something.
There's nothing I know of that would work.
Wait. There is a secret passage into the castle, an escape route for the family. It's too narrow for our troops, but we could send agents through.
Too risky. Those agents will be discovered well before they reach the Magister.
That's why we need a distraction. Perhaps the envoy Alexius wants so badly.
While they're focused on Levellan, we break the Magister's defenses. It could work, but it's a huge risk.
Fortunately, you'll have help. This man says he has information about the Magister and his methods, Commander.
Your spies will never get past Alexius's magic without my help. So if you're going after him, I'm coming along.
The plan puts you in the most danger. We can't in good conscience order you to do this. We can still go after the Templars if you'd rather not play the bait. It's up to you.
So, I didn't want to interrupt right away, but Liliana mentioned a secret tunnel. We used that passage when we went into Redcliffe Castle in Origins. We are using that secret entrance. Or like, we're not going to use it. Liliana's going to use it. We are going through the front door. But it's the connections are juicy. Let's go. Also, the person walking in the story, and he was an apprentice to Alexius, the guy who's running the show where we're going, and he is massively gay. He is very cool, and if we don't romance him, he will get in a relationship with the Iron Bull eventually. So. He does kind of suck because he does defend slavery. I should mention that part. But everything is about him aside. Everything else aside, he's pretty cool. Except that one part. He's the Vinter. It's just kind of an unfortunate fact of life over there. I'm sure all this will make more sense once I've uploaded the rest of the videos and people can actually like follow the story.
Announce us.
The Magister's invitation was for Mistress Llewellyn and no one else. You lot wait here.
I, for some reason, don't have a mouse. Here we go.
If my friends can't enter, then I won't go in either.
My Lord Magister, the agents of the Inquisition have arrived.
My friend, it's so good to see you again. And your associates, of course. I'm sure we can work out some arrangement that is equitable to all parties.
Are we mages to have no voice in deciding our fate?
Fiona, you would not have turned your followers over to my care if you did not trust me with their lives.
Of course she trusts you, Alexius. I'm sure lots of people put their lives in your hands. You have one of those faces.
Yes, the Magisterium tells me that so often. Shall we begin our talks? The Inquisition needs mages to close the breach, and I have them. So, what shall you offer in exchange?
Nothing at all. I'm just going to take the mages and leave.
And how do you imagine you'll accomplish such a feat?
She knows everything, Father.
Felix, what have you done?
We made sure to disarm your trap before we came in. I hope you don't mind.
I've yet to see your cleverness, I'm afraid. You walk into my stronghold with your stolen mark, a gift you don't even understand, and think you're in control. You're nothing but a mistake.
If you know so much, enlighten me. Tell me what this mark on my hand is for.
It belongs to your betters. You wouldn't even begin to understand its purpose.
Father, listen to yourself. Do you know what you sound like?
He sounds exactly like the sort of villainous cliché everyone expects us to be.
Dorian, I gave you a chance to be a part of this. You turned me down. The Elder One has power you would not believe. He will raise the Imperium from its own ashes.
Blah, blah. My cult is better than yours. I've heard it 1,000 times.
Well, you know, it's a chance for the Imperium to really one-up that whole starting the Blight thing.
He will make the world bow to mages once more. We will rule from the Boric Ocean to the frozen seas.
You can't involve my people in this.
Alexius, this is exactly what you and I talked about never wanting to happen. Why would you support this?
Stop it, Father. Give up the Venatori. Let the Southern Mages fight the breach, and let's go home.
No. It's the only way, Felix. He can save you.
Save me?
There is a way. The Elder One promised, if I undo the mistake at the temple.
I'm going to die. You need to accept that.
Seize them, Venatori. The Elder One demands this woman's life.
Your men are dead, Alexius.
You are a mistake. You should never have existed.
This is when shit gets fucking real.
Blood of the Elder One. Where'd they come from?
Should level him up first. Gonna make him a pure energy mage. And stand go.
Displacement. Interesting. It's probably not what Alexius intended. The rift must have moved us to what? The closest confluence of arcane energy?
The last thing I remember, we were in the castle hall.
Let's see. If we're still in the castle, it isn't. Oh, of course, it's not simply where, it's when. Alexius used the amulet as a focus. It moved us through time.
That doesn't sound good.
It sounds terrible. Depending on when we are and what happened while we were away. Let's look around, see where the rift took us. Then we can figure out how to get back. If we can.
This is also somewhat the implication. Alexius managed to meet with the mages before us by using time travel to get there before, and when we met Gaunt and John de Fiona in Val Royal, it was because originally she went out to meet us, and then after that Alexius traveled back in time and showed up before she would have departed. So Fiona doesn't have a memory of meeting us, but she did travel, but that travel then got undone by Alexius's time travel. It's fascinating.
What was Alexius trying to do?
I believe his original plan was to remove you from time completely. If that happened, you would never have been at the Temple of Sacred Ashes or mangled his Elder One's plan. I think your surprise in the castle hall made him reckless. He tossed us into the rift before he was ready. I countered it. The magic went wild, and here we are. Make sense?
It just seems so insane.
I don't even want to think about what this will do to the fabric of the world. We didn't travel through time so much as punch a hole through it and toss it into the privy. But don't worry. I'm here. I'll protect you.
There were others in the hall. Could they have been drawn through the rift?
I doubt it was large enough to bring the whole room through. Alexius wouldn't risk catching himself or Felix in it. They're probably still where and when we left them. In some sense, anyway.
Alexius mentioned an Elder One in the hall. Do you know who he was talking about?
Leader of the Venatori, I suspect. Some magister aspiring to godhood. It's the same old tune. Let's play with magic we don't understand. It will make us incredibly powerful. Evidently, it doesn't matter if you rip apart the fabric of time in the process.
You have a plan to get us back, I hope.
I have some thoughts on that. They're lovely thoughts, like little jewels.
Okay. Let's make sure it's a note. As much as I do think the Templar quests are interesting, I think this one is just a little bit more spectacular, especially if I'm gonna stream it. Also note how there is red lyrium everywhere. Always a bad sign.
Andraste blessed me, Andraste blessed me. My tears are my sins, my sins, my sins. Andraste guide me, Andraste guide me.
That's creepy as fuck. Maybe fell off there. It's always funny seeing them shoot up from the mine. I don't know if it matters which direction we go first.
Bottles of beer on the wall. 300 bottles of beer. Take one down, pass it around. You're not dead. You're supposed to be dead. There was a burn on the ground and everything.
Alexius didn't kill us. His spell sent us through time. This is our future.
Well, it's my present, and in my past, I definitely saw you both die.
Are you alright? You don't look so good.
Red lyrium. If I'm lucky, it'll kill me. If not, I'm hoping I die fighting.
You're dying.
No, he's not. If we find Alexius, we go back and none of this will happen. Remember?
Alexius isn't the one you need to worry about. It's his Elder One. He killed the Empress of Orlais and used the confusion to launch an invasion of the South. The army was all demons. You ever fought a demon army? I don't recommend it.
I'm sorry I wasn't here to help.
Demon army. Shit, you were lucky you died early. Let's move. No time like the present.
He's such a fucking wise ass still. Where is Sarah though? Okay, let's give both this tree first. I want to go for all of these actually. Hang on. Because it is a circle, I can skip one ability. Don't know if I care about knockdown. Block and slash. Okay, this one is good. Flow of battle, definitely. Almost strike, almighty blow. 200 weapon damage, 300 weapon damage, stun, and okay, go for the stun. Earth shaking strike. Yes. Oh, we can't go that way? Okay. Guess I have to pick everything then.
What? Oh wait, where were those? No. Where were those? Well, we waited. No. Where were those? Remember, stupid. I can't take that. No, no, no. You can't be here. You're dead and they don't come back.
Right, I'm a spirit. I came back just to haunt you.
Why? I didn't do piss to you.
Oh, for the love of... No one's dead. Alexius used time magic.
Talk sense or shut it. I can't think about him.
I didn't mean to frighten you. I promise, it's really me. I'm here to stop this.
Might not know. There were so many. The day you died, I ran out of arrows making them pay. Then it didn't matter anymore. You got demons and gods and... I've got a bow. I want them to hurt. You're really here. I'll freaking die to spit in their faces.
Magister's in his room. Vince say he locked himself in.
And we can level her up as well. I guess it makes the most sense to tap her into stealth, maybe? What's in this room? Oh, this is where we found Bo. Okay. Did I not find everything I needed down that path, or...? I guess we'll see.
What is the date? I need to know how much time has passed.
Harvest Mir. 942 Dragon.
942? Then we've missed an entire year.
We have to get out of here. Go back in time.
Please, stop this from happening. Alexius serves the Elder One, more powerful than the Maker. No one challenges him and lives.
I promise I will do everything in my power to set things right.
Our only hope is to find the amulet that Alexius used to send us here. If it still exists, I can use it to reopen the rift at the exact spot we left. maybe.
Good.
I said maybe. It might also turn us into paste.
You must try. Your spy master, Leliana. She is here. Find her. Quickly. Before the Elder One learns you're here.
I do actually want to make a quick note. This like seems really dark because we're going back in time and basically letting this timeline be fucked.
It's an infection. Maker, why is it coming out of the walls?
Okay. Here is the interesting thing. It seems like traveling in time collapses timelines. Because we met with Fiona. And then Alexius traveled in time to undo like her ever meeting us. However, if in this universe time travel split timelines, then Fiona would have remembered us. But the fact that she doesn't remember us means that all the events that happened or that were affected by Alexius traveling back in time cease to exist. That version of Fiona somehow must have disappeared, just puffed into smoke. So, the good news is, when we travel back in time to beat Alexius, this entire timeline and all the bad stuff that happened in it will be undone.
You want to find out?
I needed a good fight.
Can we find something else to hit? It'll make me feel better. Might be stuff we can use around here.
Prayer to the new God. Praise his name who has risen from the darkness. Praise his name who has striven to the light. Praise his name who has walked the golden city. Praise his name. The old gods are no more, the maker never was, the new God is among us. Praise his name. Kind of a bad prayer for a code, honestly. Like, you can do better. Come on. What kind of code prayer is that? Guards Journal. Alexius keep asking for patrol of the walls. Wasted time, if you ask me. The Inquisition ground themselves for Pope against the walls ages ago. Frodo made 3 attempts today, CJ, before the last knife got crushed out of them. Who's left out there to threaten us? The mountain? Barbarians? But Alexius seems to expect a siege. Mengon's completely mad. Better to put the men on watch inside the walls. More of those blasted rifts open every day. It was better when we still had the people for blood sacrifices. Unbound demons have emptied the castle. Castle, village, and surrounding countryside of everyone who's not sleeping in their armor. Now it's just wild demons everywhere. Curious. What's in here?
There is no maker. The Elder One has taken all that is his and will soon rule from his city.
That still doesn't make him a god.
Ah! There is no god but the Elder One! The Maker is dead! Say it!
do to the priests.
Ooh, interesting dagger.
Tell me how Lavella knew of the sacrifice at the temple.
Never.
There's no use to this defiance, little bird. There's no one left for you to protect.
You're wasting your breath.
Talk! The Elder One demands answers.
He'll get used to disappointment.
You will break.
I will die first. Or you will. You're alive.
Honestly, that's how I want to die.
We never died in the first place. Alexius miscalculated.
Then it will be his last mistake. Do you have weapons? Good. The Magister's probably in his chambers.
You
Am
are
I
curious
wrong?
how we got here?
No.
Alexius sent us into the future. This, his victory, his Elder One, it was never meant to be.
I'm so sorry for everything you suffered.
We have to reverse his spell. If we can get back to our present time, we can prevent this future from ever happening.
And mages always wonder why people fear them. No one should have this power.
It's dangerous and unpredictable. Before the breach, nothing we did.
Enough. This is all pretend to you. Some future you hope will never exist. I suffered. The whole world suffered. It was real.
What's interesting about it is, up until now, she has been the biggest supporter of mages.
No, you're talking to fill silence. Nothing happened that you want to hear.
So it's really shocking that she is so firm against mages now. Like, how much she must have been tortured.
We need to find Alexius. I'm sure he'll be in the nicer part of the castle. If there is one.
Extend in the arrow. Okay, now we can open it.
The Magister needs more power for his rituals.
No!
Come forth and serve the Elder.
More freaking demons.
Is what supposed to look like that? That's a very... It's a very broad statement that can be interpreted in a lot of ways. Did you mean the green rift? The big green mess?
The breach, it's...
Everywhere.
It's supposed to look like a tear in the sky. Oh, that way. I thought you were like actually concerned about like something. Let's have all our ranged characters stand in here. You see, I thought the joke was gonna be that the Fade Rift, if you look just the right way, kinda looked like a vagina. That's what I thought the joke was. But apparently, I'm the only one. Exactly. And you know, that's why it does make sense. There we go. Anything up here? No. This appears to be Alexius's journal. This is the final entry. Nothing works. I've tried countless times to go back before the Conclave explosion, before Felix's caravan was attacked by Darkspawn, before the Venatori first arrived in Minarethos. Without success. The breach is the wellspring that makes his magic possible, and travel outside of its timeline is impossible. The Outer One's demand that I change the event of the Conclave can never be fulfilled. He will kill me for failing him, but I must protect Felix from his wrath. So that's why Felix is so sick. He's infected by Darkspawn. He could be made a warden. But I think our resident warden.
Connor!
It was an act of courage. He knew there was no other way to resist. He resisted that demon to the last.
What? I don't know where that screaming came from, but it happened as soon as we walked in here, but I don't see anyone in here. this, don't need this. Yeah, move this to valuables. It's a unique one, so we're keeping it. Okay. These are regular, we'll move these as well. What's in here? Spellbinder's Journal. With every filled time spell, the Magister grows a bit more paranoid. Perhaps it's not paranoia, since the other one really will kill him for his failure. The distinction hardly matters. After the 10th failure, he began locking himself in the Great Hall during his waking hours. After the 20th, he had the foot soldier excavate a shard doorway from parts unknown and painstakingly install it in the castle. Now his most trusted assistant can only see him if he go out at once, together, which must do twice a day to bring him his meals, and he never needs that room at all. I guess at least we know where he is. That will make things easier.
What became of Felix? Do you know?
Yes, I know.
And you're not going to tell me?
You'll find out soon enough.
It looks like we're gonna have multiple waves. Oops. I do genuinely love how pretty the magic is, but it makes it so fucking hard to see sometimes.
Is that the way to the main hall? It didn't look like that before.
Oh wait, that's the same as the shards in the Oasis.
Maker's breath. Where did Alexius find this? How did he even move it here?
Can we open it?
Perhaps. But it looks quite strong. How desperate and paranoid must he be? His servants must have a way through. He has to eat. Let's look around.
Come on.
What in Andraste's name is that? Hold on to it. I want to look at it later. How much damage did Alexius' spell do?
Rifts tore apart all of southern Thedas, starting here. But whether that's his doing or the breach, who can say?
She's so fucking pessimistic. Go off, queen. This is why you want to have a warrior in the party. As I was gonna say, this is why you want to have a warrior in the party at all times. They're the only ones who can bash doors open like this. Studies on the Blight. Introduction of Blight to prisoners yields no discernible pattern. Disease progresses erratically. Some subjects die within hours despite all efforts, others show no symptoms at all. Subjects may harbor some natural resistance, which makes isolation and testing a priority. 6 more subjects died. Transfusions of blood from resistant prisoners slowed the rate of corruption only slightly. Healthy flesh taken from live subjects and implanted in the affected will often die even before corruption spreads to it. In cases where implantation is successful, blood corruption spreads across donor flesh faster than host flesh. Personally, Liliana has been the most useful source of resistance blood and skin today. So that's why she's so fucking tortured, holy fuck. Let's open this. And let's remember that there is a supply cache here, but fight these enemies first.
Sorry for interrupting your dinner.
Okay. Now we'll quickly heal everyone up. And then we can use the supply cache to get our potions back. Is that all we can... Oh, okay. That makes sense.
What happened here?
Somebody had very questionable taste.
We can get that Vint with the book if we sneak up on him.
Stop them from coming up the stairs!
I don't have enough mana, damn it.
Anybody mind if I take some souvenirs? Maybe just a couple of those pronged helmets.
Need one more shard. Should be nearby. Okay, I guess we're going down first. Still not letting me loot that.
Up the stairs!
It's trapped!
Perfect.
Doesn't look like the Elder One is interested in saving his followers. Let's head back to the main hall. I think I know how we'll open that door.
Let's go. Let's go fuck up Alexius.
Alexius, it's time to answer for your crimes.
And here you are, finally. I knew you would appear again. Not that it would be now, but I knew I hadn't destroyed you. My final failure.
Was it worth it? Everything you did to the world, to yourself.
It doesn't matter now. All we can do is wait for the end.
What do you mean? What's ending?
The irony that you should appear now, of all the possibilities. All that I fought for, all that I betrayed, and what have I wrought? Ruin and death, that is nothing else. The Elder One comes for me, for you, for us all. Felix.
That's Felix. Maker's breath, Alexius, what have you done?
He would have died, Dorian. I saved him. Please, don't hurt my son. I'll do anything you ask.
Hand over the amulet and we let him go.
Let him go and I swear you'll get what you want.
I want the world back.
No!
How very Inigo Montoya over. Let's toss some bees on him. Which one is... We're killing him way too fucking quickly. close it off.
The Elder One will destroy us both.
He wanted to die, didn't he? All those lies he told himself, the justifications. He lost Felix long ago. Didn't even notice. Oh, Alexius.
This Alexius was too far gone, but the Alexius in our time might still be reasoned with.
I suppose that's true. This is the same amulet he used before. I think it's the same one we made in Minrathous. That's a relief. Give me an hour to work out the spell he used, and I should be able to reopen the rift.
An hour? That's impossible! You must go now! The Elder One.
Frig. That's how they won. How it won.
We'll head out front. Keep them off your tail.
No, I won't let you commit suicide.
Look at us. We're already dead. The only way we live is if this day never comes. Cast your spell. You have as much time as I have hours. Though darkness closes, I am shielded by flame. Andraste, guide me. Maker, take me to your side.
You move, and we all die!
You'll have to do better than that.
Put aside all claim to Redcliffe and we let you live.
You won. There is no point extending this charade. Felix.
It's going to be all right, Father.
You'll die.
Everyone dies.
Well, I'm glad that's over with. Or not.
Grand Enchanter Fiona. Queen Anora. When I granted your mages sanctuary, I thought it was understood that they would not force my people from their homes.
Your Majesty, let me assure you, we never intended any of this.
Your intentions ceased to matter when my people were threatened. I am rescinding my offer of sanctuary. You and your followers will leave Ferelden at once.
But we have hundreds who need protection. Where will we go?
The Inquisition might be willing to take in the mages.
And what are the terms of this arrangement?
Hopefully better than what Alexius gave you. The Inquisition is better than that, yes?
After this, stick them up a tower.
It seems we have little choice but to accept whatever you offer.
We would be honored to have you fight as allies at the Inquisition's side.
A generous offer. But will the rest of the Inquisition honor it?
The breach threatens all of Thedas. We cannot afford to be divided now. We can't fight it without you. Any chance of success requires your full support.
Whether you accept the Inquisition's alliance or not, you will leave my kingdom.
We accept. It would be madness not to. I will gather my people and ready them for the journey to Haven. The breach will be closed. You will not regret giving us this chance.
Sweet. Why are the loading screens so long?
It's not a matter for debate. There will be abominations among the mages, and we must be prepared.
If we rescind the offer of an alliance, it makes the Inquisition appear incompetent at best, tyrannical at worst.
What were you thinking, turning mages loose with no oversight? The veil is torn open.
We need them to close the breach. It's not going to work if we make enemies of them.
I know we need them for the breach, but they could do as much damage as the demons themselves.
Enough arguing. None of us were there. We cannot afford to second-guess our people. The sole point of the Herald's mission was to gain the mage's aid, and that was accomplished.
The voice of pragmatism speaks. And here I was, just starting to enjoy the circular arguments.
Closing the breach is all that matters.
It's interesting how Cassandra greatly disapproves of us letting the mages free, yet she still speaks in our defense here.
Closing the breach will require a lot of magic, and that means lyrium. I have contacts who can help.
Contacts meaning smugglers? Send them word. We need every advantage.
We have legitimate lyrium supply lines already.
And they don't need to hear of this.
Keep it under the table, and I'll do what I can to quiet rumors.
We should look into the things you saw in this dark future. The assassination of Empress Celine. A demon army.
Sounds like something a Tevinter cult might do. Orlais falls, the Imperium rises. Chaos for everyone.
One battle at a time. It's going to take time to organize our troops and the mage recruits. Let's take this to the war room. Join us. None of this means anything without your mark, after all.
And I'd hope to sit out the assault on the breach. Take a nap, maybe go for a walk.
What is it they say? No rest for the wicked.
Meet us there when you're ready.
I'll skip the War Council, but I would like to see this breach up close, if you don't mind.
Then you're staying?
Oh, didn't I mention? The South is so charming and rustic. I adore it to little pieces.
I must admit I'm surprised.
We both saw what could happen. What this Elder One and his cult are trying to do. Not everything from Tevinter is terrible. Some of us have fought for eons against this sort of madness. It's my duty to stand with you. That future will not come to pass.
There's no one I'd rather be stranded in time with, future or present.
Excellent choice. But let's not get stranded again anytime soon, yes?
I'll begin preparations to march on the summit. Make her willing, the mages will be enough to grant us victory.
Okay.
The Inquisition appreciates your assistance in this matter, Lady Corbin.
And my miners appreciate your business. You'll have your lyrium by the end of the week. I should tell you, Ambassador, the Chantry raised some fuss when they learned about our arrangement.
The Inquisition must certainly seem an audacious idea to the Grand Clerics. We hope to convince them it is a necessary one as well.
I'll take my leave. Good day.
Who is she, Ambassador?
A merchant. I thought we should reach out to the dwarves to secure lyrium for the Inquisition's mages. According to Lady Corbin, it raised the ire of the Chantry.
How?
Access to lyrium makes us rather more formidable than anticipated. We're becoming a challenge. Sadly, the remaining Grand Clerics appear to be consolidating the Chantry's power, instead of comforting the masses.
Mage circles started falling years ago. The Chantry was troubled even before the Divine's murder.
Yet many people continue to bear it great love. We will not benefit from its decline. Little but the Chantry ties Orlais, Nevarra, Ferelden, Antiva, and even Rivain to a common cause.
Has the Chantry truly promoted such peace?
Andraste's chant is familiar across kingdoms, a source of many shared customs. That is the crucial point. Common ground is the start of all negotiations.
So if everyone listens to the chant, things will be smooth as silk.
I did say commonality is merely a beginning, but it's an important one. We must learn to think beyond our own wants, to secure peace in Thedas.
The Inquisition will have plenty of time for that, between finding the Divine's murderer and sealing the breach.
Busy as we are, I do have a question for you, if you've a moment. The remaining Grand Clerics sent a missive inquiring about the events at the Temple of Sacred Ashes. They demand to know whether the Inquisition officially claims that Andraste saved you from the breach. If it were up to you, how would you reply?
I'd tell the Chantry I was saved by circumstance, not divine intervention.
Yet as rumors your Andraste's herald grow, the Grand Clerics may not believe such a humble reply. A difficult situation, and I thank you for your answer. A good day to you.
Okay. I do kind of love the crunchiness of, like, being forced into this religious position.
The veil holds no uncertainty for her.
If Fiona and her malcontents are joining us as allies, we need to be prepared. Abominations are inevitable. Cullen doesn't have enough Templars to handle incidents. Some of the rank and file need to be trained.
The last thing we need are abominations running amok.
I knew you would have a proper grasp of the situation. I'll have a word with Cullen. We are reliant on his people, absolutely. There has never been a greater threat to mages than the breach. Until it is closed, no one is safe.
If you're seeing demons everywhere, do you believe you're a risk? Do you believe I am?
We are a risk, darling. Better to know it and use caution. Magic is dangerous, just as fire is dangerous. Anyone who forgets this truth gets burned.
The Dalish get along just fine without Templars or Circle Towers.
As I understand it, the elves limit their risk by refusing to have more than 3 mages in a clan. Tell
Wrong.
me, what becomes of the Dalish youngster who is not appointed first or second?
Like, this is a retcon. The official lore, up to now, has been that, like, mages are appreciated. They are, like, the most valuable thing a clan can have. But because every clan needs to have at least 2 mages, when a clan has less than 2, they're sent to, you know, other clans will send one over. And it's really expensive to do so because the clan wants to be compensated in some way. So the fact that they're trying to retcon this into, oh, they're just kicked out because they're too dangerous, is such a bad way to try and implement some, like, quote-unquote grey morality. And I hate it.
If a clan can't raise the mage, they're sent to another that's in need of a first or second.
And if there are no clans in need of a new apprentice? For those who value survival, sentimentality is not an option. Tell me something. As you will no doubt have a hand in shaping it, what future do you see for mages?
I kind of hate all of these. Like, if I'm talking with Vivienne, we're not gonna want to say we want mages free, because we are trying to play a little bit of like a social chameleon. I guess mages in the Chantry, like, we can substitute Chantry with Inquisition here. We just want mages in position of power, so that they're not as likely to suffer as many abuses. I want them to be free, but I'm gonna tell Vivienne that because then she's just gonna bitch about it.
Mages shouldn't be kept out of the Chantry. Who knows the dangers of magic better than a mage?
A curious idea. Such twists and turns your mind takes. It's something to consider, my dear.
Okay.
Mages. Lovely.
They should have this breach sealed soon enough.
I suppose.
Your open support for the mages likely earned you enemies. Our agents will monitor the situation. If the most opposed can be identified, we may still turn this to our advantage.
You're always looking for some way to benefit, aren't you?
It's what I'm here for. Regardless, I applaud you for the courage to stand up for the mages.
In Redcliffe, you sacrificed yourself so that I could return here.
Of course I did. One small life in exchange for a second chance at history. I always loved a bargain.
It was still a sacrifice, and still noble.
And I would do it again.
I'll leave you to your work.
Well, it is a little bit of like a radical take, because mages have historically been excluded from the Chantry. So, like, religiously, it's a radical take, which I understand, but, like, it does sound a little bit weird how Vivienne says it.
Well, that's mages all over. So many robes, I bet all of Ferelden lost their curtains. I'll just be the other side of Haven, just in case.
Do you have a problem with our new allies? With mages?
No problem with mages. You're fine, right? My problem is magic. If mages sat on their hands, everything would be fine. I mean, yay, freedom. Great for them. Over there, away from me.
I'll be back if I need you.
Go on.
The Chantry isn't supporting us.
I told you that it was
Dorian!
The Inquisition supports free mages. What's next? Elves running Halamsharal? Cows milking farmers?
The funny thing about Hanam Shirao is it's historically a city built by the elves that is now being ruled by the Elysians. And I think we can. Yeah, that's just the Brianna ending.
Give me time. I'm sure I'll surprise you.
I suspect that's untrue. Unless you strip yourself naked and allow the Chantry to flog you into repentance. That would surprise me. I do wonder if you've considered what this support of yours will do. For mages in general, I mean. The Inquisition is seen as an authority. You've given Southern mages license to, well, be like mages back home.
So what? They all turn into blood mages, worship dragons, and then take over?
Not at first. But you'd be a fool not to see where this could lead. Thing is, the Imperium was once just like the South. Templars, proper circles, all that rot. Then it changed. By inches. Not that this is reason to oppress us. Still, my homeland should be a cautionary tale, not a source of inspiration.
Have you gone to see Alexius yet? He's in the cells.
Not yet, no. I saw him before they locked him up. He looked despondent, broken. Not the man I remember, nor the one I want to. I suppose the Inquisition will judge him eventually. I wonder if there's any chance they'll show him mercy. He hardly deserves it, but for Felix's sake. I can't help hoping there's something left of the man I once knew.
Interesting. That's the welcome in the Vilci. We fireballed a few people already, it's fine.
So we have gained the mages. Excellent. They should be able to seal the breach. You are certain you experienced time travel. Could it have been an illusion? A trick of the Fade?
I've been to the Fade before. I'd know it.
Point taken. What an amazing gift. It is vital the Inquisition succeed to avoid the future you witnessed.
I mean, we didn't take him with us, so we didn't see him there. But I guess we'll go that way.
I'm surprised you're not more interested in your own future.
I know enough. If that future happened, then I, and Cassandra, Cullen and the rest, failed to stop this Elder One. Speaking of which, you should ready yourself.
For?
This Elder One. You have now interfered with his plans twice. Once at the Temple of Sacred Ashes, and now again at Redcliffe. A being who aspires to godhood is unlikely to ignore such an affront.
Okay. And let's see what Varric has to say.
Come to me, child, and I shall embrace you in my arms like...
The Mage Rebellion joins the Inquisition. I've got to admit that's a twist I didn't see coming. One thing you saw in the future worries me. I mean, it was all bad. But Red Lyrium and Ferelden, infecting people and growing out of them, that's bad. Finding more of it really punches a hole in my Red Lyrium at the temple was a coincidence theory.
How long does it take for Red Lyrium to grow? How fast can it spread?
It took years to infect people in Kirkwall, but no one there was actually ingesting the stuff. This Elder One managed to take the worst thing I can think of and make it worse. That's an accomplishment.
We can't leave a single piece of that lyrium out in the wild.
I'm with you on that. I've got people trying to find out where the red stuff came from. I think maybe we should make that a priority. But that's enough doom and gloom. You just won a big victory for the Inquisition. What are you going to do to celebrate?
I was planning to put my feet up, maybe grab a nap. You?
Whatever I do, it'll be as far from Cassandra as I can get. Things should be calm around here for at least the next hour. Take a moment to enjoy it. If the world's about to end, I'm sure the Seeker will let us know.
All right.
Nice work at Redcliffe. I could help the mages learn to work with Inquisition soldiers if you like. Not that the chief has any apostates in the group.
Can you think of any other tasks suitable for the Chargers?
The Templars have holed up in Thurenfall Redoubt. No idea what's happening inside. I could have some of the boys poke around. If nothing else, we get a better look at the land.
I'd like to know more about the Iron Bull.
The chief. First time I met him, he saved my life. I never thought I'd work for a Canary, but he grows on you. He's not like any commander I've ever worked for. That's for damn sure.
Oh, also, fun fact. It's not like revealed until much later, but this guy, Krem, he's a trans guy.
How did a Tevinter soldier wind up in a Kunari spy's mercenary company?
I wasn't a soldier at the time. I was in some trouble, trying to flee Tevinter. A Tribune and his men caught me in a border town tavern. They meant to make an example of me. Bull killed them. Gave up his eye doing it. Patched me up and asked if I was looking for work. I've been putting up with his jokes ever since.
That's how he lost the eye?
Yes. The guards had me on the tavern floor when Bull came inside and yelled for them to stop. One of them saw trouble coming and figured he'd finish me off. The guard had a flare. Bull put himself between me and the blow. Big horned idiot. Didn't even know me.
How's Iron Bull as a commander?
If you know what you're doing and hold up your end, he's easy. He doesn't accept any less. If he keeps us alive, he leads from the front, and if you've an idea that'll win the fight, he listens. I've seen bands whose captains had to prove they were swinging the biggest sword. Bull isn't like that. The Chargers might give him more lip than you'd expect, but every one of us would lay down our lives for the big ass.
Is it strange to work for a Kunari?
He hasn't tried to convert us to the Qun, if that's what you're asking. Bull's Chargers don't care who you light a candle for, so long as your shield stays up. If he hadn't told me he was Ben Hasrath, I'd have thought he'd left that life behind.
I didn't expect he'd tell you all that he was a spy.
Not the whole band, but those who've been around long enough to trust. He figures most of us would find out sooner or later, and it should come from him. Eyes to eye, he says. It's never messed up a job. He just writes letters back home. Lots of the boys write letters back home.
We'll talk later.
So, that Tevinter guy sent you into the future?
I've got no problem with normal magic, but Tevinter goes beyond all reason.
I know, right? The Vints are always pushing. Anyway, I hope our new friends have what it takes to close the breach. Damn thing gives me a headache just looking at it.
Oh, also for context, that's the breach, that massive hole in the sky. Our mission is to fix that.
Thank you. Kindly.
Should be easy enough.
I'm glad you stayed down here in the dirt with those peasants.
There was never going to be an easy answer to the mage dilemma. What you did for the mages took courage. You gave them a chance. Everyone deserves one.
Interesting. Yeah, absolutely. Okay. Let's check Sarah first. Oh, we're not quite level 9 yet. Let's make her some armor then. Medium Adventure is probably the best. It does kind of look shit on her, not to lie. Sturdy Scout is about as good. Sturdy Scout Code is basically the same. And Mail is slightly worse. So leather or leather and cloth? What does a cloth do? Heal bonus, magic defense, next for defense. No. Let's go double leather. Oh, we can get a dexterity bonus from this, that's good. We'll go for K9. Oh, we need to make a body out of K9. In that case, slap some ram ladder on there. guess Dorian can take this type of stasis. It is ice, unfortunately. And armor-wise, I want to take... I'm going to take the Griffin robes and give those to Dorian. And Sonus can take this armor. And I mean, that's just dexterity. Give that to him. Vivian, I guess both of healing works. And Sonus will give a cooldown. Okay. Send out our valuables. What's still in here? Research items. Is that a... Ooh. Okay. I'm gonna need to decide what to take with us to the next mission. Unless... Okay. I'm gonna let chat choose. In Your Heart Shall Burn or Lost Souls. Which one sounds more interesting? We're just going off vibes.
And what are we supposed to do, exactly?
What you always do. Complain.
We've already spoken with Commander Cullen. No one listens. We want better quarters. We want the Templars kept at a distance. And some respect for...
This is not the Circle. You mages are our allies, not our wards. Act like it.
How are we supposed to...
Deal with it. It never ends, evidently.
Fighting with them will only make them more stubborn.
The mages are here as equals. They need to get used to what that means. It is your doing, after all. You created this alliance.
You would have done differently, I suppose.
Oh. I do sound like I'm blaming you, don't I? I don't disapprove. In fact, you did well. You made a decision when it needed to be made. And here we are. I wish I could say this was my doing.
I am rather clever, aren't I?
Close the breach. Then I'll agree with you.
The mages are ready to approach the breach. I pray this will be enough to close it.
You weren't happy with how I brought in the mages. Do you have a problem with me as well?
Of course not. I have no intention of endangering your alliance, but I must ensure the safety of those here. That concern extends to the mages. They are putting themselves at risk for the Inquisition, as are you. Any precautions taken are meant to aid you, nothing more. I hope you will accept them as such.
That's all for now.
Should you require anything, I'll be here.
Okay. Where's Fiona? hoping we could talk to her as well, but I've actually no idea where to find her in Haven. Don't think it's down there.
A scout in the hinterland saw the herald contrasting, and she sealed the rift and stopped the demon.
Oh, of course it's gonna give us advanced. Oh, it's just the schematics. That's good.
You need anything here? Things safe at Haven?
Yeah. So far we don't have any votes yet for which mission to do, so I'm also debating if we should like finish off stuff now or do it next stream. Does it indicate which level we need to be? Not really. Where is Fiona? Truly. It's not in the tavern, right? No. Not with the other mages either. Mates, anything good?
You can't go making cow eyes at one of those oxmen.
No harm in looking, is there? Those shoulders, those horns.
You're mad.
Maybe, but I'm not dead.
Interesting. And let's pick this up.
And turned it against his children.
Seriously, where's Fiona? Can we just not talk to her at all until we get to the other stronghold?
We can use that.
Magic exists to serve man and never to rule over him.
Can we find Alexius in here? This is the prison, so it's where we would expect to see him, but nope. I mean, I can't entirely blame them for stuff being incomplete here, but come on, chat. Don't we have 3 options? Whoever gets the vote first gets to make the decision. We can do Lost Souls, we can do In Your Heart Shall Burn, or I can take a nap. It's one of those 3.
magic exists to serve man, and never...
Researcher Minave believes these notes could assist you.
Giant is ostensibly the Inquisition ally, and Canaric has arisen as the leader of those who oppose it. Conclave Heron of Cumberland has quietly gathered them around her, giving her an
Master
early lead in
Dennett's
the race
horses
on the
are a
next
fine
divine.
addition to our stables. I will see they are well tended.
Gonna go with Liliana. Conclave Heron has disappeared. Thanks to an operative by the name of Argent, while the act cannot be traced back to us, the rest of the Chant is clearly in the assumption that its raid against the Inquisitions would lead to a fate. Fortunately, this was we have gained support amongst the remaining clerics, none of whom is to be on our bad side. Good. Page from Trials of a Chant is colonized on the table which the passage has circled. The region between Lake Celestine and the shores of the Vacant Sea is known as the Heartlands, a place of vineyards and gilded marble estates, the locals refer to as cottages. It's often set or lay hard is plated with gold, and so it seems fitting that the Heartlands are perhaps the richest place outside of Alvoyo. Comte Morier and Marc Courtemans both spending more money in the quarter, which to pursue. Okay. What's in Liliana again?
Let's see what we have.
What else? Scouted the area with limited success, our science and large force withdrew, but most attack road was locked down. If possible, makes command a column, possible extent of enemy troop movements. Slightly worrisome. This efforts to close the rift has increased stability in various rings because status over demons sometimes remain having wandered from the side of the original rifts. Let's send our troops. Send a soldiers to most troubled areas, receive numerous ads of gratitude from people throughout NLA. Proving trust in Inquisition will be rewarded. Let's pick this up as well. And again, orders received will update the fixture. Good. Name is Sebastian Vale, so heir to the Phil Princes of Starkhaven. I recently retook the throne of the great city from those who sought to gain it through unjust means. As a most devoted adherent of the Chantry, I felt the loss of most holy Justinian V keenly. I too hoped for a resolution of the terrible conflict that claimed the lives of hundreds in Kirkmore, and now tries to claim all the Taylors. I extend Starkhaven's hand in friendship to the Inquisition, together let us right the wrongs visited upon our road. I will send emissaries to the free market cities have always been independent, and spread the most prosperous one may be to our advantage. I look forward to future collaborations with the Inquisition. Please accept a gift from the Vale family's coffers. Good. Commander Conan and sending Inquisitions working with reckless mages. I'm surprised someone from Kirkland would condone any rate in return. Let's put you in a position to aid us. Ashmar's circle sustained significant damage during the uprising. Rather than follow the Lord's secrets, many of the Templars have to remain and deal with the aftermath. The resources limited furthermore. If Notice races with us, Ashmar's people would happily throw them to the wolves, even though they had nothing to do with the rebellion. Sent for him will follow on duty to protect them. Okay. Remain until we struggle without drawing notice. Let's send our own Templars. I think that's... Like, if it gets noticed, that's the most likely to not cause trouble. Anyway, this morning it's good to see the Inquisitors for Templars have come to duties. Once we show the Hasma Circle stable and that no danger starting from our hands, unsuspected scavengers will join ourselves. Good. The relationship the Blades for Siren keeps piles along the shore. Consider them at your disposal. Formerly the contacts catch significantly. And let's give the size and all of this group perhaps a set of knowledge worth sharing. Yeah. Let's get the knowledge instead. Okay. What is Griffin Mill? Is that rogue only? We can probably give that to Sarah. Does it? Looks a little bit ridiculous. I think I'm gonna give that to Korn actually. I think it fits him best. Also sounds like I can level everyone up. So let's pick up. Constitution is going to be useful. And let's do this. Dorian, we're gonna make him a Storm Mage, so I want Staff Resistance. If we give him an Electricity Style, that's gonna be so much more useful. Black Wall. Okay, we already put him points in here, so we'll give him a Constitution bonus. Vivienne is going for Ice Magic. So let's do the glyph. This is going to be good. And so let's pick up Rejuvenating and we'll go for Life Orb. Ferric. Let's pick up Dexterity. And for Bo, let's give him a Grappling Chain. Okay, let's everyone level up. And since I'm not getting any votes so far, I'm gonna go for taking a nap. It's a little bit of a shorter stream than usual, but I think that's fine. Getting back into it, and I had a very long day. So, thank you for everybody who came in today. I hope you all have a wonderful rest of the day, and I hope to see you all again soon.